LoveLore Library. Chapter 1106. Suddenly, Wang Xiaoyan was stunned. Yang Ming's car turned into a fireball. At the same time, the other party's car also turned into a sea of fire. Wang Xiaoyan's heart immediately tightened. At this moment, Wang Xiaoyan even forgot to scream and to think. She was dumbfounded and at a loss. Fatty Li's heart was also in his throat. At this moment, Yang Ming was his only hope. If Yang Ming was alive, then everything was fine. If Yang Ming died, even if he was lucky enough to escape, it was unknown whether Fang Tian would let him go. Yang Ming had an accident in his territory. Would Fang Tian not investigate? Once Fang Tian was investigated, Fatty Li was clear about Fang Tian's means. No matter how big the conflict between He Lao San and him was, Fatty Li could only fight with him openly. He couldn't play any other tricks. But Fang Tian was different. If Fang Tian wanted his life, then Fatty Li might not even know how he died, and he would be gone forever. Wang Xiaoyan blamed herself. If she didn't want to set up the world's #1 assassin group, Yang Ming wouldn't follow her to take risks. If Yang Ming really had an accident, Wang Xiaoyan couldn't imagine whether she could still face everything that Yang Ming left for her alone. Recalling the time that she had known Yang Ming, it had been a year, right? However, they had only been together for less than a month, and the two people had gone from the previous misunderstanding to the current love for each other. Whether Yang Ming loved her, Wang Xiaoyan wasn't very sure, but at this moment, Wang Xiaoyan was sure that she loved Yang Ming. She didn't want anything to happen to Yang Ming, and she didn't want Yang Ming to be hurt. In a short moment, Wang Xiaoyan figured out a lot of things. If Yang Ming returned safely this time, then she had to face this love bravely in the future. No matter how difficult the road in the future was, she would insist on it. The opposition at home was no longer so terrible. Wang Xiaoyan believed that she would be able to persuade her stubborn father to let him accept Yang Ming. As for the marriage contract, let it go to hell. Damn, can't you two go forward? Help me. I'm so tired. Wang Xiaoyan was immersed in infinite sadness, but she heard a familiar voice not far away. Wang Xiaoyan was shocked and quickly looked up, but she saw Yang Ming walking over here with a gloomy face. Yang Ming. Wang Xiaoyan couldn't believe her eyes. After rubbing them twice, she was sure that the person in front of her was Yang Ming. Wang Xiaoyan didn't care about Fatty Li beside her. She directly threw herself into Yang Ming's arms. Her voice was a little choked. It's really you. You're fine. That's great. This was the second time Wang Xiaoyan revealed her true feelings. The first time was when she was drunk. However, at this moment, Wang Xiaoyan was very sober, but she had figured it out. She didn't care about the opinions of others. She wanted to vent her feelings and her longing for Yang Ming. When Fatty Li saw Yang Ming, he was also surprised and happy. He wanted to go up and greet him, but he didn't expect Wang Xiaoyan to take the lead. He had to move aside awkwardly and let the young couple be affectionate first. Originally, Fatty Li didn't quite believe that Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan were a couple. After all, the two people went to Africa together. They should be doing something dangerous. It was impossible for them to travel. Otherwise, why didn't they go abroad through the normal channels? Why did they have to be smuggled out? Therefore, Fatty Li thought that Wang Xiaoyan's identity was just a cover, but now it seemed that the two people were really like real lovers. Looking at Wang Xiaoyan's previous concern, it didn't seem to be fake. Could it be that the two people are really in a relationship? Then why did Yang Ming still bring Wang Xiaoyan? If he really wanted to perform a dangerous task, wouldn't it be inconvenient to bring a woman around? However, this was Yang Ming's private matter. Fatty Li couldn't interfere. He didn't think that Wang Xiaoyan, who was sweet and petite, also had kung fu. He only thought that she was a little girlfriend of Yang Ming. Okay, it's okay. Don't hold me so tightly. Yang Ming patted Wang Xiaoyan's shoulder and comforted her. Just hold me. Wang Xiaoyan shook her head and didn't hide her feelings. I hurt my back. You hurt me. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. After the wound is treated, can we go home and hold you again? How cool would it be to take off your clothes and hold you in bed? I hate it. Wang Xiaoyan suddenly blushed and quickly released Yang Ming's body. She said with concern, Where are you hurt? Let me see. It's nothing. When the car exploded, the debris splashed on my back. Yang Ming said, It's just some superficial wounds. That's good. Wang Xiaoyan nodded and turned to ask Fatty Li, Is there a first aid kit in the things you moved? Yes, there is. Fatty Li quickly went to find the first aid kit. The stone in his heart was finally put down. However, although Yang Ming was fine, there might be some danger waiting for them ahead. Wang Xiaoyan was an assassin. Naturally, she was also a medical expert. In many cases, the assassin was a very badass surgeon. Because often when performing a task, the wound couldn't be bandaged in the hospital in time. At this time, they had to do it themselves. But if the wound was in a position that was more difficult to touch, then they had to rely on their companions to complete it. However, for Yang Ming's small superficial wounds, it wouldn't be a big problem if it wasn't bandaged. Wang Xiaoyan helped Yang Ming apply the medicine. Even Fatty Li felt that Wang Xiaoyan's technique was very professional and neat. It was comparable to a professional doctor. Now, Fatty Li understood that Wang Xiaoyan was a medical expert. No wonder Yang Ming would bring her with him, but he didn't expect that Wang Xiaoyan was also an assassin. The people in front are killed, but the transportation is also destroyed. Now we can only walk on foot. Yang Ming said, I am not as familiar as you here. You can only lead the way in front. These things. Fatty Li glanced at the things on the ground. If the journey is long, bring some food and water. If the journey is not long, throw them all away. Yang Ming said, It is estimated that it won't last long. The things here will be noticed again. If we want to leave, we have to leave as soon as possible. Fatty Li also nodded. I have told the location here to Old King. He will drive to pick us up. Let's go forward first. The three people only picked up some food and mineral water. The rest of the things were thrown in the jungle near the original place. Fortunately, Fatty Li was more familiar with the environment in this area and could easily lead the way in front. In fact, with Yang Ming's X-ray vision and telescopic vision, it was not difficult to get out of this jungle. However, even if Yang Ming went out, he didn't know where to go. The sky had already turned white, and it was going to be 2 days. The jungles in Vietnam were actually no different from the jungles in the mainland. They were similar trees and environments, but the feeling in the heart was different. There are snakes nearby. Be careful. Fatty Li said, but there are always people passing by this road, so there are fewer of them. Yang Ming nodded. In fact, things like poisonous snakes could not cause any confusion to Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan. Both of them had undergone strict field training. They had strong insight into some wild beasts and poisonous insects. They would not be easily attacked by these things. Moving forward in the mud, the humid atmosphere was very uncomfortable. Fatty Li cursed He Lao San as he walked. When he sent Yang Ming away, he must have a big fight with him. Yang Ming did not want to interfere with these grievances. Although he could easily kill He Lao San and help Fatty Li solve this problem, Yang Ming's current identity was an assassin, not a hero in the underworld. Besides, between Fatty Lee and He Lao San, who was right and who was wrong was not something that Yang Ming could say clearly. From the perspective of Fatty Lee's friend, Yang Ming felt that He Lao San was the enemy. After all, when He Lao San targeted Fatty Lee, it also affected his own interests. But looking at the problem from a fair perspective, then it was unknown who was right and who was wrong between Fatty Lee and He Lao San. After all, both of them were the heads of the Stowaways organization. They were doing the same thing. The conflict was also caused by interests, so it could not be said who was right and who was wrong. When they passed by the Toyota 4500 that had become scrap iron, Wang Xiaoyan and Fatty Lee were nervous. They could imagine how critical the situation was at the time. If Yang Ming was a little slower, Wang Xiaoyan leaned to Yang Ming's side and held Yang Ming's hand tightly. She was afraid that if she let go, she would never be able to hold it again. Yang Ming seemed to have guessed Wang Xiaoyan's thoughts. He smiled slightly and squeezed Wang Xiaoyan's little hand, indicating that she should not be afraid. If this place was frightening, then the scene at the roadblock in front of them was even more shocking. The military truck had been completely turned into scrap iron. The simple explosion of the fuel tank could not cause such a shocking effect, but it could not withstand the rocket launcher ammunition in the vehicle, so when it exploded, the power could be imagined. Several people standing in front of the military truck had been blown into pieces. The ground was full of broken arms and legs. Their intestines flowed out. With blood and brain matter, it was particularly terrifying. Wang Xiaoyan and Yang Ming were fine, but Fatty Lee almost vomited. This kind of scene, even people like Fatty Lee rarely saw it. He looked at Yang Ming more highly in his heart. This kind of killing method could only be done by Fang Tian, that pervert. Yang Ming was introduced by Fang Tian, so they were probably on the same side. After passing through here, Fatty Lee breathed a sigh of relief, but his heart was very refreshed. He Lao San's loss this time is probably very big, right? Humph, this idiot. He probably never dreamed that he had Yang Ming's help. At #yen%. After walking for a long time, they suddenly heard someone shouting in Vietnamese. After Fatty Lee heard the sound, his spirit was suddenly refreshed. He also shouted loudly, and then the voice said something. Fatty Lee turned around and said excitedly to Yang Ming, "It's Old Kang. Old Kang is here to pick us up. Old Kang is quite powerful. He can find us so quickly." Yang Ming nodded and said, "Yeah, Old Kang is more familiar with the terrain in this area than I am." Fatty Lee said, "Old Kang is a native here." After a while, a 2020 vintage Jeep appeared in front of Yang Ming and others. Old Kang sat in the driver's seat with a calm and serious face. Fatty Lee took the lead to get in the car and sat in the front passenger seat. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan sat in the back seat. The performance of this Jeep was obviously worse than the previous car. Yang Ming had not driven a similar car, but the feeling of sitting in it seemed that there was no shock absorption system. It was bumpy. Fortunately, Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan were people who didn't care about the environment. It couldn't be said that they were as steady as Mount Tai, but at least they didn't show any discomfort. Fatty Lee was not surprised by Yang Ming's normal performance, but Fatty Lee was quite surprised that Wang Xiaoyan had no adverse reaction. It seemed that Wang Xiaoyan should be Yang Ming's girlfriend and part-time doctor. She must have followed Yang Ming everywhere and had adapted to this harsh environment. Because of the car, they quickly drove out of the jungle and came to the road. It was not far from the city. Fatty Lee breathed a sigh of relief. Here, even if He Lao San's people wanted to make a move, they would be more restrained. They would not be as unscrupulous as they were at the border. However, along the way to a small town, they did not see He Lao San's people appear. On the way, Fatty Lee and Old King talked in Vietnamese from time to time, but Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan didn't understand Vietnamese and couldn't understand what they were saying. Vietnamese was not a common language. Yang Ming couldn't spend a lot of time studying this. After all, in addition to English, Yang Ming was not proficient in those big languages such as German, French, and so on. The car drove slowly and stopped in front of a convenience store. "I'm going to buy a pack of cigarettes and some food." Fatty Li turned and spoke to Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan. After that, he got out of the car. "What do you want to eat?" "Anything is fine." "Anything is fine." Yang Ming didn't know what to eat in Vietnam, and he also ate some biscuits on the road before, so he was not very hungry. Fatty Li got out of the car and then walked to the convenience store on the roadside. Old King also got out of the car and followed behind Fatty Li. It seemed that Old King was a good bodyguard. The convenience store in Vietnam was similar to the grocery store in the 1990s in China. There was no supermarket-like scale. Fatty Li talked with the owner of the convenience store. The owner took a few pieces of bread and cigarettes from the shelf. Just when Fatty Li was about to pay, something happened. The owner suddenly took out a machete from under the shelf and waved it at Fatty Li. Yang Ming was sitting in the car. When he saw this scene, it was already too late. He had no time to get out of the car to save Fatty Li, but Old King reacted very quickly. At the moment when the convenience store owner raised the machete, he quickly pushed Fatty Li away. He blocked it with his arm and was suddenly cut with a long wound. The convenience store owner saw that his attack was not successful, so he did not want to fight. He directly threw away the machete in his hand and quickly escaped from the convenience store. He ran to the back of Yang Ming's car. Yang Ming frowned. Killing this person was easy for Yang Ming at the moment, but Yang Ming did not kill the convenience store owner. Whether this person died or not had no effect on the hatred between He Lao San and Fatty Li. Yang Ming had no obligation to do it. Fatty Li got in the car with Old King with a lingering fear. Fatty Li's face was pale with fright. It was not until he got in the car that he scolded He Lao San loudly. He was too vicious. Old King was not good with words. After being cut, he did not say anything. Instead, he quickly wrapped the wound with a cloth strip. He did not frown as if he was not injured. Fatty Li was very grateful to Old King and said something. Then, he said to Yang Ming, "Old King saved me again, but he is like this. He does not take credit for what he has done." Yang Ming smiled and said nothing. Old Kang's injury was on his left arm, so he did not need to use force to change gears. It did not have a big impact on driving. The car stopped in front of a small hotel. Fatty Li got off, and Old King also got off. "This is my place. It is safe for the time being. Let's rest here first, and then I will mobilize people over." Fatty Li said bitterly, "Wait for me to send you on the plane first. I want to have a good fight with He Lao San." The environment of the hotel was very bad. It was a 2-story residential building, but in this kind of small town, it was already good. The boss here was obviously very familiar with Fatty Li. He came over respectfully and asked about his well-being, but Fatty Li had been very annoyed about He Lao San's matter, so he never smiled. The 4 people went up to the 2nd floor under the boss's lead and came to a relatively large room. The boss waited for everyone to enter the room before he went downstairs to prepare food and hot water. Fatty Li took out his mobile phone. Yang Ming didn't know who he was calling, but he was saying something that Yang Ming couldn't understand. Old King stood up and said a few words to Fatty Li, then he left the room. When Fatty Li hung up the phone, Yang Ming asked, "Where did Old King go?" "He went downstairs to treat the wound." Fatty Li said, "It was just a simple bandage. The wound is deep. If it is not washed, it will be easy to get infected." "Can't Old King speak Chinese?" asked Yang Ming. No, I taught him a few times, but he could probably understand. Fatty Lee said, he is a relatively dull person. He is not very smart, but he is very loyal. This is why I have always asked him to follow me. How long has he been with you? Asked Yang Ming. Counting it, it can be more than 10 years. Fatty Lee sighed. It is rare. Old Kang is not married. He doesn't want anything by following me. It is enough to eat and wear warm clothes. He doesn't ask for much money. It is enough as long as he has enough. Chapter 1107. After a while, Old King came back. The wound on his arm was properly bandaged. Fatty Lee also suggested that Yang Ming rebandage it. Yang Ming shook his head and smiled, saying that his injury was nothing. Are you all hungry? After Fatty Lee said a few words to Old King, he turned around and said to Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan, I have asked the boss here to prepare a sumptuous lunch. You must be tired along the way, right? I'm fine. Yang Ming smiled and said, you don't have to be so polite. Anyway, we are going through thick and thin together. We are not distinguished guests. We need your help to go to Africa. That won't do. Don't mention anything about help. Fatty Lee waved his hand and said solemnly, I, Fatty Lee, have already said that if we walk out of that forest, my life is yours. It could be seen that Fatty Lee was the kind of person who kept his word and was very loyal. Yang Ming no longer said anything. People with their identity could only survive by being loyal. Otherwise, they would be eliminated soon. Well, just make something simple to eat. Yang Ming no longer said anything. If he said too much, it would seem that he was looking down on him. It's okay. The boss here is one of us. Fatty Lee waved his hand and said. Not long after, there was a knock on the door in the room. Fatty Lee said a sentence in Vietnamese, and the door was pushed open. The hotel owner they saw just now came in with a dining cart with a lot of delicacies on it. In such a small-town hotel, it was not easy to prepare so much food in such a short time. After placing the food on the round table in the room, Fatty Lee waved his hand to indicate that the boss could go down. Since he is one of us, let him come and eat together. Yang Ming looked at the table full of food. The four of them couldn't eat at all. It would be a waste to eat more. It was better to let the boss eat together. Fatty Lee was stunned, then he waved to the boss and said a few words of Vietnamese. The boss immediately sat at the table in surprise. He was somewhat flattered. After all, he was only the lowest member of Fatty Lee's organization. He was not a core figure. It was already a great honor to be able to sit here. Try it. These are some special snacks from Vietnam. It's hard to find them in the mainland. Fatty Lee smiled and pointed to a few exquisite snacks on the table and said, this is called sugar roe. It's a very delicious snack. Brother Yang, do you want to try 2 pieces? Okay. Is this thing really so delicious? Yang Ming had never seen this kind of pastry before. There was no such thing in China. At #yen%. After the boss heard Yang Ming's words, he smiled and threw a piece of candy into his mouth. He can understand what you're saying, but he can't speak Chinese. Fatty Lee explained with a smile. He said that this candy roe is very famous in Vietnam. Many tourists are full of praise. Really? Really? Yang Ming picked up a piece of the so-called candy roe. Before it entered his mouth, there was a change. He saw that the boss's face suddenly became pale. His eyes protruded, and the bean-sized sweat on his forehead began to fall instantly. His hands were stuck on his neck. It seemed that he had difficulty breathing. He was muttering something in his mouth. Yang Ming's face suddenly changed. Wang Xiaoyan on the side reacted faster. She knocked the candy row in Yang Ming's hand to the ground. Fatty Li and Old King probably understood what was going on. Before Fatty Li said anything, Old King stepped forward and grabbed the boss's collar, loudly reprimanding something in Vietnamese. I didn't do it. I understand. You want to silence me. You are the only one who has been to the kitchen. A voice came into Yang Ming's mind. Yang Ming secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the special abilities were not divided by national boundaries. Although the language was different, the thoughts were the same. In Yang Ming's mind, the boss's thoughts naturally evolved into a language that Yang Ming could understand. Just now, Yang Ming suspected this poisoning problem. Whether it was from a common-sense perspective or the boss's reaction after eating the candy row, it should not be him who poisoned it. The reason was very simple. If the boss poisoned it, then he couldn't eat the first bite. Otherwise, unless he wanted to commit suicide. Moreover, seeing his horrified expression after being poisoned, he didn't seem like an insider. Let him go. He didn't kill me. Yang Ming suddenly spoke to stop Old King, but unfortunately, the boss was already poisoned. After being tormented by Old King, he directly spat out bubbles like a crab and died. Fatty Li's expression also became dignified. He gritted his teeth and said, Hey Lao San, you and I are irreconcilable. It wasn't Hey Lao San who did it. Yang Ming suddenly stood up, shook his head, and said faintly. Not Hey Lao San. Then who is it? Fatty Li was stunned, and then he understood Yang Ming's words. He was shocked. Do you mean that there is a problem with my internal department? Yes. Yang Ming nodded. He had been suspecting it before, but it was just a guess. He could not be completely sure. However, this incident just now made Yang Ming determine his own thoughts. The so-called Hey Lao San was just an excuse. The real problem was Fatty Li's internal affairs. Old King. You go and control all the people in this hotel. Motherfucker, I would rather kill 100 by mistake today than let one go. Fatty Li was really angry and ordered loudly. Old King responded and was about to go out, but he was stopped by Yang Ming. Wait. Don't be in a hurry. It's not too late to listen to me before you go. Old King didn't seem to understand what Yang Ming said. He muttered a sentence in Vietnamese and squeezed to the door inexplicably. I asked you to wait. Didn't you hear? Yang Ming sneered and blocked Old Kang's way. Although he didn't know what Yang Ming was going to do, Fatty Li still yelled at Old King because of his trust in Yang Ming. Old King reluctantly sat back in his original position. Brother Yang, just say what you want to say. After you finish, I still have to carry out an internal cleansing. Fatty Li said bitterly. First of all, the first thing makes me very puzzled. Fatty Li, you went to the mainland to pick me up, and then sneaked across the river. Who knows about this? Yang Ming looked at Fatty Li and asked faintly. I naturally have to keep Mr. Fong's matter a secret. Except for Old King who picked me up, I didn't tell anyone else. I don't know how Hey Lao San knew. As Fatty Li said this, he was suddenly shocked and said, Brother Yang, are you suspecting that I want to harm you? This is impossible. How can I dare to do this? Yang Ming waved his hand and smiled. Fatty Li, you don't have to worry. I didn't say that you want to harm me. I just want to figure out some facts. Fatty Li breathed a sigh of relief. Maybe he also realized that he was a little too impatient. He smiled embarrassedly and sat quietly, waiting for Yang Ming to continue. Well, this is my first doubt. Since this matter is so secretive, and since Hey Lao San knows about it, it shows that this matter is unusual. Yang Ming shrugged and continued, the second point, on the way, you went to the convenience store to buy something, and then you were attacked. Don't you think it is too much of a coincidence? Coincidence? Fatty Lee was stunned and fell into contemplation. However, Yang Ming continued, even if He Lao San's strength is great, it is impossible to control every grocery store, right? Since we entered the town, I counted at least 7 or 8 grocery stores. Are these stores controlled by He Lao San? I think if he has such strength, there is no need to use this method to deal with you. Who found this grocery store on the way? Mr. Old King. I think this is your proposal, right? As soon as Yang Ming said this, the atmosphere in the room immediately became a little tense. Fatty Lee listened to Yang Ming's words and had to turn his eyes to Old King. The expression on Old Kang's face also began to become unnatural. He protested loudly, but Yang Ming couldn't understand what he was saying. He said that he didn't do it. It was just a coincidence. Fatty Lee trusted Old King, so he told Yang Ming his explanation. Really? Yang Ming smiled. Brother Old King, you wouldn't say that you didn't do the poisoning just now, right? Old King still wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Yang Ming waving his hand. Don't rush to deny it. If you didn't do it, no one can wrong you. Don't say that the boss did it. I think if the boss is not an idiot, then there is no need to take a bite after he poisoned himself. What is the difference between this and suicide? Moreover, the boss's eyes before he died were full of disbelief and horror. That means that he didn't do it. A person is about to die. His eyes at this time will not be fake. And you, Mr. Old King, why are you so eager to kill the boss? Are you showing your loyalty in front of Fatty Lee, or are you trying to silence him? A person who has been poisoned shouldn't have any dangerous aggression, right? You still want to kill him. What does that mean? Are you guilty? Yang Ming had already noticed the abnormality in the details before, including the attack on the road and the attack on Fatty Lee in the convenience store. These things were a bit too coincidental and strange. Yang Ming inevitably had doubts, so Yang Ming kept asking Fatty Lee about Old King until he poisoned. The boss's thoughts at the moment before he died made Yang Ming even less suspicious. He could completely conclude that the whole thing was Old Kang's doing. After listening to Yang Ming's analysis, Fatty Lee's face also changed. Previously, he didn't think so much because of his trust in Old King, but after listening to Yang Ming's analysis, Fatty Lee began to be moved. After all, what Yang Ming said was right. This matter was too strange. And the only one who knew about these things was Old King. If he didn't do it, it wouldn't be justifiable. Seeing that Fatty Lee also looked at him with a suspicious look, Old King was shocked and argued loudly. He said that the poisoning is random. It is not necessarily who eats first. It may be you, it may be your girlfriend, or it may be me or the hotel owner. As long as one person is poisoned, the others will not eat anymore. This kind of random poisoning is not necessary at all. The risk is too great. Fatty Lee acted as a translator again. Yeah, this is where you are smart. Yang Ming nodded noncommittally. It is because the poisoning is random, so I may be poisoned, Wang Xiaoyan may be poisoned, and Fatty Lee may also be poisoned. At first glance, it seems that if the people who are poisoned are Wang Xiaoyan and me, then the act of killing Fatty Lee cannot continue. But, no matter who dies, the basic result is the same. The same. Even Fatty Lee didn't understand Yang Ming's words and exclaimed. Yes, no matter who dies, the result is the same. Yang Ming nodded and continued, Fatty Lee is dead. That is a great blessing. All the goals have been achieved. Wang Xiaoyan and I can be a witness for you, right, Mr. Old King? You know that we still have to go to Africa. Since Fatty Lee is dead, we can only rely on your strength. You can take us to see Fatty Lee's former men. Through our mouths, you can put all the crimes on He Lao San. In this way, as the most trusted person around Fatty Lee, you may become the new leader. However, if I or Wang Xiaoyan die, although it seems that your goal has not been achieved, from a fundamental point of view, your goal has been achieved in disguise. Because you know that the identities of Wang Xiaoyan and I are not simple, and the person who introduced us to Fatty Lee is even more complicated. If something happens to us, that person will never let go of Fatty Lee. In this way, it is equivalent to you using that person's hand to kill Fatty Lee. It is the same principle. That's why you chose such an opportunity to make a move. Isn't it because there are two outsiders present? Isn't that right? Don't deny it. Do you understand Chinese? From your current reaction, it seems so. Fatty Lee also said before that you can understand, but you just can't say it. So, just now, when I asked you to wait and not go out, why did you pretend not to understand? Why did you have a blank look? What are you hiding? Or are you guilty? I think you pretended not to understand my words. You are in such a hurry to go out because you want to kill people, right? If I guessed correctly, when the boss was preparing food for us in the kitchen, only you went to the kitchen. You were in a hurry to go down just now because you wanted to kill people and destroy the evidence, right? You want to kill the waiters who saw you enter the kitchen, and then come back and tell us that these waiters wanted to escape, so you killed them directly. Am I right? @ Yen #Yen%, Old King roared and stared at Yang Ming angrily. Don't look at me with such eyes. Yang Ming said with a cold snort. At Yen #%. Old King still shouted unconvinced. Is it true? At this moment, Fatty Lee was already trembling with anger. He pointed to Old King and rebuked loudly. Whether it is true or not, you don't have to ask him. Just find a waiter and ask. You will know. Ask Old King if he has been to the kitchen. Yang Ming said with certainty. The boss's thoughts before he died would never lie. After listening to Yang Ming's words, Old Kang's expression completely collapsed. He screamed and jumped up. He hugged Wang Xiaoyan from behind. He took out a sharp knife from nowhere and pointed it at Wang Xiaoyan's chest. He shouted with a mournful expression, "Don't come over. Otherwise, I will kill her. Let me go." Hee, you are quite good at finding people to kidnap, right? Yang Ming shrugged. He had seen Wang Xiaoyan's eyes that hinted that he was fine, so Yang Ming was not nervous. This was the advantage of coming out with little girl Wang. If she was in danger, Yang Ming would not be too worried. She did not need to be protected like other girls. You are Fatty Lee's distinguished guests. He will not feel good if anyone dies. Old King said with a sneer, she is the only woman here. Of course, I will kidnap her. Your Chinese is quite fluent. Yang Ming sneered. I thought you couldn't speak it. I wanted to use your power to complete the big thing in one fell swoop. I didn't expect that bad things would be ruined by you. Old King said very unwillingly. You can only blame yourself for being too stupid. Yang Ming snorted indifferently with a contemptuous expression. Fatty Lee will not have any doubts about you because of his trust in you, but we are different. He will not doubt it, but it does not mean that we will not doubt it. I am not reconciled. After listening to Yang Ming's words, Old Kang's face suddenly showed an excited look. Why can a foreigner like him call the wind and summon the rain in our Vietnam? I still want to be his underling. You know, He Lao San and I used to be two wolves in this area. After Fatty Lee came, this pattern changed. As Old King said this, his mood became unusually unstable. His whole body trembled a little, however, after the trembling, there was no more sound. His face still had an expression of indignation, but there was a trace of disbelief in his eyes. He just lay down straight. In his chest, there was a glass dagger. Under the light, it was shining. Blood flowed down the glass dagger. Under the refraction of the glass and light, it looked even more terrifying. I told you earlier. You are quite good at finding people to kidnap, right? Yang Ming looked at old Kang's body with contempt and sighed. You dare to kidnap her? Do you think that women can't kill people? You are really an idiot. I have already reminded you, but you still don't realize the danger. AI. Seeing Yang Ming's sad look, Wang Xiaoyan couldn't help but giggle. Fatty Li was dumbfounded. He stared blankly at Wang Xiaoyan, who had just killed someone but didn't care at all. He was really impressed. This brother Yang is not an ordinary person. It turns out that his girlfriend is also a ruthless character. Chapter 1108. Immediately, Fatty Li also understood that all of this was done by Old King. In fact, if one looked at the whole thing according to Yang Ming's train of thought, it was not difficult to find Old Kang's suspicion and the role he played in the whole thing. However, Fatty Li was blinded by the situation before, and because of his trust in Old King, he didn't think so much. Now that he thought about it carefully, this Old King was indeed problematic. Only Old King himself knew about the matter of picking up Yang Ming, so how did He Lao San know? Could it be that he knew how to calculate? This was obviously impossible. There was only one possibility. Old King deliberately released the news, or he directly cooperated with He Lao San for benefits. The second possibility was more likely. Otherwise, He Lao San was not stupid. He would not make a move without absolute certainty. But it was different with Old King as an insider. He could grasp Fatty Li's movements at any time, so it was much more convenient to make a move. This might be the reason why He Lao San dared to make such a big move. However, perhaps Old King did not expect that Yang Ming's identity was not ordinary, and his skills were not ordinary. With Yang Ming's intervention, the situation was reversed instantly. Not only did He Lao San fail to gain the upper hand, but Old Kang's plan was also completely exposed. Now, Fatty Li didn't even think about whether Old King was wronged. Judging from his last extreme action and words, these things should be planned by him. What made Fatty Li very disappointed was that Old King would actually betray him. Looking at Old Kang's actions, he should have been premeditated for a long time. It was not a temporary act. This could be seen from his ability to speak Chinese. In the 10 years that Old King and Fatty Li were together, Old King had never spoken Chinese. Fatty Li also taught him, but Old King did not learn. If Old King could speak Chinese, and he spoke so fluently, then it meant that Old King had been planning for a long time. He had been deceiving Fatty Li before. Thinking of this, Fatty Li's expression was particularly gloomy. Originally, Fatty Li wanted to retire after a few more years. After all, he was a little irritated by the days in the teeth of the storm. At that time, he would definitely hand over his power to Old King, but now it seemed that Old King was too impatient. But through this incident, Fatty Li also saw Old Kang's character clearly. Fortunately, Old King couldn't help it. Otherwise, after giving the forces to Old King, it would not be so simple if Fatty Li wanted to go back on his words. Fatty Li sighed and looked at Old Kang's body on the ground. He shook his head slightly and said to Yang Ming solemnly, "Brother Yang, thank you very much for this matter. You've saved me once again, and you've even caught the traitor by my side." "It's nothing." Yang Ming smiled and said, "If you don't solve these problems, you won't be able to send me to Africa with peace of mind." In a moment, I will start to carry out an internal cleansing and uproot all of old Kang's forces. Fatty Lee nodded and said, after this is done, I can also take charge of your affairs with peace of mind. Yang Ming nodded and did not urge Fatty Lee. He also knew that if these things were not solved, Fatty Lee really had no time to take care of his own affairs. After all, there were old Kang's forces as a time bomb around. Who knew if they would avenge old King? I will take you to an absolutely safe place. Then I will start to carry out an internal cleansing. Fatty Lee said, I don't know if it is still safe here. Let's evacuate as soon as possible. Several waiters downstairs did not know that there had been a change upstairs. When they saw Fatty Lee and others coming downstairs, they quickly asked respectfully. I have locked the room upstairs. You are not allowed to enter without permission. Fatty Lee instructed the waiters. Okay. The waiters quickly nodded and replied. Out of the hotel, several people got on the jeep together. When they came, there were 4 people. Now, there were only 3 people left. However, no one was sad. Yang Ming had nothing to do with it. After all, he was not familiar with old King. His life and death had nothing to do with Yang Ming. Fatty Lee, on the other hand, was full of indignation because old King deceived him and became depressed. Relax. In fact, this is nothing. Yang Ming shook his head and persuaded, old King has already said that he was in northern Vietnam. He used to be like He Lao San. They were 2 wolves here. It was only after you intervened that he changed from being on par with He Lao San to being your underling. So, it is normal for him to have resentment in his heart. Indeed, but my heart is still a little uncomfortable. Old King really disappointed me. Fatty Lee sighed. Forget it. There is no need to be angry because of people like him. It's good that you have figured it out. Yang Ming smiled. However, Brother Yang, your sister-in-law is also very powerful. I thought she was your nurse. I didn't expect her. Fatty Lee looked back at Wang Xiaoyan. He couldn't connect her with words like an assassin. However, Wang Xiaoyan killed old King while talking and laughing, and she didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. This made Fatty Lee admire her. The car made many turns and stopped in the backyard of an old-fashioned house. Fatty Lee parked the car and said, We are here. It's here. What is this place? Yang Ming got out of the car and looked around at the nearby environment. This was a typical town architectural style in China in the 1980s and 1990s. It was a 2 to 3 story building with a staircase railing. The people who lived here were obviously not rich. My home. Fatty Lee said, My family is here. No outsider has been here, not even old King. You also know that there are many enemies in our line of work. Some things must be hidden from everyone. Yang Ming listened to Fatty Lee's words and was slightly stunned, but he immediately understood that this was Fatty Lee's goodwill. Indeed, with Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan's skills, it was easy to harm Fatty Lee. Moreover, Yang Ming helped him solve a lot of problems. In this way, Fatty Lee might as well have absolute trust in Yang Ming. This could also be exchanged for Yang Ming's favor. He didn't lose anything by gambling on it. If Yang Ming could really regard him as a friend, then Fatty Lee would undoubtedly have a strong support. Your wife. Yang Ming probably guessed who lived here. My wife, my son, and my wife's sister, said Fatty Lee. Yang Ming didn't expect Fatty Lee to have a son, but it wasn't strange when he thought about it. In his line of work, it was very likely that he would die one day. Of course, he had to leave a descendant for himself. Fatty Lee came to the door of the courtyard and knocked on the door. After a while, a woman's voice came from inside, at ####yen. It's me, Little Flower. Open the door. Fatty Lee said to the person inside. Creak. The courtyard door opened. Standing inside was a girl of 15 or 16 years old. Her eyes were big. She was very beautiful, but she was a little thin. She was about 1.6 meters tall. Her clothes were very simple. She didn't look rich at all. Brother-in-law. The girl named Little Flower saw Fatty Lee and greeted him. Little Flower, is your sister here? Fatty Lee nodded and asked with a smile. Sister went out to buy groceries. I'm doing my homework, said Little Flower. These two are my friends. Let's go in and talk. Fatty Lee said to Little Flower. This is my wife's sister, Yang Hua. Fatty Lee introduced her to Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan, Brother Yang. It seems that she is from the same family as you. Hello, little sister. Yang Ming smiled and waved to the little girl. Yang Ming was a little surprised. This little girl actually spoke Chinese, but it wasn't surprising that her sister spoke Chinese with Fatty Lee. However, Yang Hua seemed to be afraid of strangers. She didn't dare to go forward. She reluctantly smiled at Yang Ming and continued to do her homework. The inside of the house was very simple. There were 2 small rooms and a large living room. Only the large living room had a writing desk. Yang Hua was doing her homework on it. If Yang Ming didn't know how much money Fatty Lee could make in his line of work, he couldn't believe that this was Fatty Lee's home. It was almost the same as the ordinary working class in Vietnam. It wasn't luxurious at all. He couldn't see any rich place at all. Fatty Lee may have also seen Yang Ming's doubts. He smiled and said, Do you think this place is very simple? Yang Ming nodded. Fatty Lee lowered his voice and said, I don't want people to notice them. After all, there are too few rich people in this area. If their life is too extravagant, it will attract some people's attention. Yang Ming suddenly realized that Fatty Lee was trying to be low-key. He also asked in a low voice, Do they all know what you do? They know a little. Fatty Lee smiled bitterly. Didn't you see that Yang Hua is hostile to you? She thinks that my friends are in the same line of work as me. It turned out to be like this. I thought the little girl was shy with strangers. Yang Ming smiled. Not long after, there was a knock on the door in the yard. Yang Hua quickly stood up again and ran out to open the door. This time, it was a woman in her 20s who came in. She looked similar to Yang Hua. She was holding a little boy who looked only 2 years old in her arms and carrying a basket in her other hand. When the woman saw Fatty Lee, she was suddenly delighted. Her face showed a sweet smile. You're back. Why didn't you tell me in advance so that I could buy some food? Hey, there are guests. When the woman saw Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan, she was obviously very surprised. She knew more about Fatty Lee than Yang Hua. She also knew that Fatty Lee never brought his friends here, but today, 2 people came. The woman was naturally a bit baffled. And, they are friends from the other side of the river. They can be absolutely trusted. Fatty Lee nodded and introduced, This is Yang Ming, Brother Yang. That is his girlfriend, Wang Xiaoyan. Brother Yang, this is my wife, Yang Mei. Hello. Fatty Lee just said that we are from the same family. Yang Ming smiled enthusiastically at Yang Mei. Hello, welcome to be a guest. Yang Mei, like Yang Hua, spoke fluent Mandarin Chinese. Should I buy some more fish? No need. Yang Ming quickly said, It's fine if it's simple. We didn't come here to eat. Seeing Yang Ming say so, Fatty Lee also waved his hand. Then make it simple. You don't have to be polite with Brother Yang. Fatty Lee also knew that Yang Ming definitely had a lot of food. What couldn't he eat in China? There was no need to come here to eat, so he no longer insisted. When Yang Mei heard Fatty Lee say so, she gave up. She handed the little guy to Fatty Lee and then went to the kitchen to work. If you can stop, then stop. When Yang Mei went to the kitchen, Yang Ming said to Fatty Lee, I can see that sister-in-law is very worried about you. Your business is not easy to do. If you can clear your name, then clear it. I think so too. After a few years, I will hand over these underworld businesses to Old King. I will take Yang Mei and the child back to China or go to Europe and the United States. Fatty Lee sighed. But now such a thing has happened. It seems that I have to do it for a while. You just need to grasp it well. After all, Yang Ming and Fatty Lee were not particularly good friends, so he did not say much. Originally, Yang Ming thought that Yang Hua was also Fatty Lee's concubine, but when he saw Yang Hua, he denied this idea. She was just a child, and there was no such meaning in Fatty Lee's eyes when he looked at her. Yang Ming thought that Fatty Lee was a good person. He was not so lecherous. Yang Mei was very good-looking, but in comparison, Yang Hua was more beautiful. During the conversation, it might have woken up the baby in Fatty Lee's arms. The little guy suddenly cried. Don't cry, baby. Fatty Lee was obviously not an expert in coaxing children. He was suddenly at a loss. However, when Yang Hua heard the child's cry, she quickly put down the homework in her hand and ran over. She took the little guy from Fatty Lee's hand and coaxed him. After a while, the little guy regained his silence. Fatty Lee scratched his head with some embarrassment and said to Yang Ming, the little guy doesn't recognize me. He comes here less often, so he is close to his mother and aunt. Fatty Lee's wife was obviously a housekeeper. It didn't take long for a few dishes to be served. Although they were plain, the aroma was overflowing. During the meal, Yang Hua knew that Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan were not friends of Fatty Lee, but came over from China. Her attitude was obviously better. Obviously, although the little girl did not say anything, she also knew something about what Fatty Lee usually did. This was why she was hostile to Yang Ming. Several people talked about domestic topics, and they did not mention anything about Fatty Lee. It could be seen that Yang Mei and Yang Hua were still very curious about domestic matters. However, under the conversation, Yang Ming understood that Yang Hua and Yang Mei's fathers were Chinese. Their mothers were Vietnamese, but later, their fathers provoked an enemy that they could not afford to provoke, which caused their whole family to move to Vietnam. At that time, Yang Hua was still very young, and her memory was not very deep, but Yang Mei had already remembered. Naturally, she knew how big the gap between Vietnam and China was. Although it was just a verbal description, the two sisters listened very attentively, which made Yang Ming feel very emotional. No wonder many Vietnamese girls want to marry into China. The life here is really poor. In the evening, Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan were arranged to stay in the room of Yang Mei and Fatty Lee. Yang Mei and Yang Hua were squeezed into a room. Fatty Lee went out to deal with the matters in the gang. It was believed that many people would be involved tonight. Among them, there were people who were related to Old King, but there were also many innocent people. But Yang Ming did not stop anything. Every environment had the rules of the game in every environment. Yang Ming had no obligation and no need to care about these. Since these people chose this path, then they should have thought that there would be such a day. As for He Lao San, it depended on whether he provoked Yang Ming. If he really provoked Yang Ming, regardless of whether he had power here or not, Yang Ming would still let him die without knowing how he died. Today, when Old King held me hostage, were you nervous? Wang Xiaoyan lay next to Yang Ming and asked quietly. I was a little nervous at first, but when I saw you give me a look, I knew you could deal with him. Yang Ming smiled. However, this is the advantage of going out with you. I don't have to take care of you too much. You just have to take care of yourself. Is that good or bad? Do you like me, or Chen Mengyan? Wang Xiaoyan hesitated and continued to ask. Yang Ming broke into a sweat after listening, but he didn't expect Wang Xiaoyan to ask this. As a matter of fact, Wang Xiaoyan had never talked about similar topics with him before. What happened today? Why do I feel that she is like a little woman who is jealous? This. I like both. Yang Ming said awkwardly, Yan Yan, why did you suddenly ask this? Didn't you not care about these things? Why? Do you hate me? Wang Xiaoyan snorted and stared at Yang Ming unhappily. It's not that I hate you. I just feel a little strange. Yang Ming said quickly. There is nothing strange. I just suddenly wanted to ask. Wang Xiaoyan knew that Yang Ming was a little embarrassed, so she didn't ask anymore. She just sighed and said, I found that I seem to really care about you. I really don't know what will happen in the future, it's good that you care about me. I have always regarded you as my girlfriend. Yang Ming said, in the future, I will find ways to integrate you into Chen Mingyan's circle. I'm not talking about this. It's about my family. Wang Xiaoyan shook her head. My family's power is really big. I don't know if we can deal with it, who cares? Maybe our power won't be small at that time. Yang Ming was a little amused. Wang Xiaoyan's words obviously meant that she was with him to deal with her family. I hope so. Wang Xiaoyan said. Right at this moment, a commotion suddenly came from outside the window, followed by loud banging on the door, and noisy shouting. Yang Ming was shocked. He didn't need to say anything to Wang Xiaoyan. The two jumped up from the bed tacitly and rushed to the living room outside the house. Chapter 1109. Yang Mei and Yang Hua had already woken up. When Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan rushed to the living room, the door of the two people's room was also pushed open. Yang Mei was holding the child in a panic, and she pulled Yang Hua to be at a loss. Has this happened before? Yang Ming wasn't nervous. Even if the people who came were the enemies of Fatty Li, they didn't dare to go too far. After all, this was a residential area. If things got out of hand, it wouldn't be good for anyone. No. Yang Mei shook her head. No one knows here, and we don't have any friends. Yang Ming nodded and said, don't panic. Call Fatty Li to understand the situation. I will go out and take a look. Then, you have to be careful. Yang Mei nodded and quickly instructed. Yang Ming actually didn't need to go to the door. He could see the situation outside. Outside the courtyard door, there were 3 macho men standing. At the moment, they were vigorously slamming the door panel. They didn't have any weapons in their hands. It might be because they were only dealing with 2 women and a child, so there was no need to use any weapons. The knocking on the door became more and more urgent. Yang Ming didn't know what these people were doing. Because of the language barrier, Yang Ming couldn't communicate with them. After knocking for a while, no one opened the door. There was a conversation outside the door, but it was all in Vietnamese. Yang Ming couldn't understand even if he wanted to listen. However, because Yang Ming could read lips, although he didn't understand what they were saying, he could remember the mouth shape and pronunciation of these people. Yang Ming remembered a few words they said and then returned to the house. How is it? Did you contact Fatty Li? Asked Yang Ming. I contacted him. He said that everything is fine. He is on his way back. Yang Mei said, I said that someone was knocking on the door outside the house. He said that he sent people to protect us. They can be trusted. Protect you. Can he be trusted? Yang Ming suddenly frowned after listening. Fatty Li would send people to protect here. It doesn't seem to be the case. He knew the strength of himself and Wang Xiaoyan. Never mind the two of us, if we were alone, we wouldn't put an ordinary group of people in our eyes. Never mind sending these three guys who didn't seem to be very strong. Yes, you see. Should we open the door and let them in? Yang Mei hesitated and asked. Wait. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, I have a few words that I don't understand. Please translate. What words? Yang Mei asked. Although this sentence wasn't so obvious, they could directly hear the unusualness in the middle. These people were definitely not sent by Fatty Li. The people sent by Fatty Li wouldn't say so. These people weren't sent by Fatty Li. Yang Ming listened to Yang Mei's translation and said straightforwardly. Then, what should we do? These people won't rush in, right? Yang Mei was also a little scared. Rush in. Hee, whatever. Yang Ming shrugged and said, I still want to invite them in. Yen, let's go. Help me. Keep them alive. Don't kill them. Okay. Wang Xiaoyan wasn't afraid of anything. When Yang Ming said it, she gladly agreed. You guys. Yang Mei didn't know what Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan were going to do. She was a little worried. Don't worry. We will deal with it. Yang Ming smiled and walked to the door with Wang Xiaoyan. The people outside the door were still knocking on the door. Yang Ming smiled and opened the door abruptly. The people outside were unguarded. As the door opened inwards, they suddenly stumbled in. However, just as they rushed in, before they could react to what was going on, Yang Ming gently knocked on their necks, and they fainted. Added Yen and. Seeing that their companion accidentally fell in, the other two macho men quickly called out, but when they saw that there was no movement after he went in, they were suddenly somewhat inexplicable. The two men looked at each other and faintly felt that something was wrong, so they shouted. At. Yen ### yen. Yang Ming naturally didn't understand what the two men were saying. He walked directly out of the door with Wang Xiaoyan. The two of them took one of the macho men at the door and directly put them on the ground. Both of them were assassins. They never fought head-on. They emphasized accuracy, ruthlessness, and stability. If they could defeat the enemy with one move, they would never use a second move. Therefore, these two people were knocked unconscious without any suspense. It couldn't be said that the behind-the-scenes bosses of these three people underestimated the enemy. They were just Vietnamese punks. How powerful could they be? It was absolutely impossible to compare them with professional assassins. But in any case, these three people were more than enough to deal with Yang Mei and Yang Hua. After closing the door, Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan tied the three men with ropes. The funny thing was that Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan didn't need to find another rope. These three people had very strong ropes on them. They were supposed to be used to tie Yang Mei and Yang Hua, but they didn't use them on themselves. After tying the hands and feet of the three people, they tore a few pieces of cloth from their clothes and stuffed their mouths before throwing them in the corner of the yard. As for the questioning, Yang Ming was too lazy to ask. These things were handed over to Fatty Li. Anyway, he didn't speak the same language as them. He couldn't ask for the reason. He just had to fulfill his obligation. Yang Ming didn't intend to help Fatty Li do anything. These grievances and disputes were caused by him. As Yang Ming thought before, these things couldn't be distinguished who was right and who was wrong. It couldn't be said that Fatty Li was right, and it couldn't be said that He Lao San was wrong. Even from the perspective of Old King, it couldn't be said that Old King was wrong. He had suffered in silence for more than 10 years just to have a day to turn things around. It could only be said that these people lived in the same circle. Peers were always enemies. No one was right or wrong, and no one could tell who was right or wrong. Because what they did was illegal, it was a gray industry. Yang Ming made a move today because he and Fatty Lee were friends, and he happened to live with Yang Mei and Yang Hua. If he didn't make a move, it wouldn't be justified, but it didn't mean that Yang Ming would continue to help Fatty Lee kill He Lao San. Back in the room, Yang Mei and Yang Hua were worried. Seeing that Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan were fine, Yang Mei was relieved. "It's great that you are fine." Fatty just called and said that he found out that his phone had been swapped. He told us not to trust the call from the previous number. I told him what happened before, and he said that someone must have picked up the call with a voice changer. He also told me not to open the door, and he said that he would bring people back immediately. Don't worry. It's just 3 little thieves. They have been solved. They were tied up with ropes and thrown in the yard. Yang Ming said faintly, as if he was talking about a very ordinary thing. There was no emotion in it at all. Ah. Yang Mei didn't expect Yang Ming to solve the 3 people who came to catch them so easily. However, it could be seen that Yang Ming was not the kind of person who would lie. Fatty Lee was polite to him. Obviously, he was a very capable person. So when Yang Mei heard that Yang Ming caught the 3 people outside the door, she was relieved. It's good that you caught them. Sorry to trouble you, Mr. Yang. Fatty Lee was a cautious person. Yang Mei was also very clear about this. Therefore, Fatty Lee could trust Yang Ming so much and bring him home. It showed that Yang Ming was really a trustworthy person. Otherwise, with Fatty Lee's character, it was impossible to bring Yang Ming here. As a matter of fact, this was Fatty Lee's last base. If Yang Ming wasn't someone he absolutely trusted, he wouldn't leave Yang Ming here and leave alone. It's nothing, sister-in-law. We are from the same family. It's okay for you to call me younger brother. If you call me Mr. Yang, it's a bit estranged. Yang Ming waved his hand and smiled. Okay, then I'll call you younger brother. Yang Mei smiled. I'm definitely older than you. You won't suffer a loss. As they talked and laughed, the tense atmosphere in the room also eased a lot. Even Yang Hua was relieved. Although she was not old, she knew a lot of things. She also knew a little about what her brother-in-law did every day. This kind of worrying life was really difficult for a 15-year-old girl to cope with. However, seeing that her sister and Fatty Lee were really in love, and the 2 of them had a child, Yang Hua couldn't persuade her sister to leave Fatty Lee. Her sister seemed to have accepted this kind of life, so Yang Hua couldn't say anything. In the past, this kind of dangerous situation was not unheard of, but at that time, Fatty Lee was by their side, and they could be safely transferred. This time, Fatty Lee was not there. If Yang Ming didn't stop her sister from opening the door and personally deal with those people, the 2 sisters might have been caught as hostages to threaten Fatty Lee. Although Yang Hua also wanted to persuade Fatty Lee to stop as soon as possible and let them live a peaceful life, her sister didn't say anything. It was even harder for a child to say it, so she could only bear it silently. As the 2 were talking, there was a sudden knock on the door again, and it was mixed with Fatty Lee's anxious shout, "Little Mei, how are you? Open the door." Yang Ming smiled and said, "Fatty Lee is back. Sister-in-law, you go and open the door. This time, it won't be wrong." It must be Fatty Lee. In fact, before Yang Ming said this, he used his special ability to look at the situation outside the door. After confirming that it was Fatty Lee who brought people back, Yang Ming dared to let Yang Mei open the door. Otherwise, who knew if it was faked by a voice changer this time? Therefore, Yang Ming had to be careful, lest he deal with the difficulties in front, but in the end, he lost everything because of carelessness. Young May went to open the door, and Fatty Lee rushed in anxiously. "Little May, are you okay?" "Of course, I'm fine. Otherwise, who did you see?" Young May looked at Fatty Lee's nervous appearance and said with a smile. "It's good that you're fine. It's good that you're fine. You scared me to death." Fatty Lee patted his chest and said with a sigh of relief, "Motherfucker, it's so hateful. I learned from a remnant of Old King that the car driven by Old King was installed with a GPS satellite positioning system, which allowed He Lao San's people to know my whereabouts at any time. Although the people in the gang have been dealt with, this satellite positioning system has become a time bomb. I'm afraid that they will come to you. It's fine now. My people have completely protected this place. They just came." Young May nodded and said, "They came. Where? You didn't open the door, right?" Fatty Lee listened to Young May's words and was suddenly shocked. "I don't know. It was younger brother Yang who opened the door." Young May smiled and said, "However, younger brother Yang said that he had caught the 3 people outside the door." "Caught? That's great. That's great." Fatty Lee touched his chest. Today's things were too messy, but fortunately, Yang Ming was present. He could easily deal with these emergencies. Otherwise, Fatty Lee himself was not sure if he could deal with it easily if he was alone. Fatty Lee was very fortunate. At this moment, Fong Tian could trouble him with something, and he even sent Yang Ming, a guy who was like a god, to come over. It was as if Yang Ming deliberately came to solve the trouble for him. "Where are the people?" Fatty Lee asked quickly. "Over there." Yang Ming also came over at this time. He pointed to the corner of the yard and said, "They are all there. They are all unconscious, but they are not dead. They are waiting for you to ask." "That's great." When Fatty Lee heard that the people were not dead, he suddenly became excited. He rubbed his hands and said, "Hey Lao San, this time, if I don't ask where your headquarters is, I will not give up. It's also time for me to fight back. This is your business. I originally wanted to help you ask, but I didn't understand what they were saying." Yang Ming shrugged. "So, I will leave it to you to ask." "Okay." Fatty Lee nodded and yelled a few words outside the door. A few black-shirt men came in. Fatty Lee pointed to the 3 people who were knocked down by Yang Ming and gave a few instructions. Then, these people rushed over and dragged the 3 people out. It seemed that they were going to interrogate them inhumanely. However, these people had no sympathy. Yang Ming naturally would not care about their life and death. "How is it? What about your side?" asked Yang Ming. "It's almost done. This time, I really troubled you." Fatty Lee said with some excitement, "Brother Yang, you can rest assured. If there is anything I can help in the future, just ask. I, Lee, will not refuse." "Hee, before, weren't you going to try your best to help me?" Yang Ming smiled. "I just saw it, and I just happened to encounter it, so I made a move. But, you still have to solve He Lao San's matter yourself." "Of course, I am already very grateful. Brother Yang doesn't have to worry about He Lao San's matter. I will take care of it myself." Fatty Lee nodded and said. Yang Mei and the Yanghua sisters were rushed to the house to sleep by Fatty Lee. He had been guarding here with his men nearby and asked the 3 people about He Lao San. Although Yang Ming was proficient in the art of inquiry, he did not participate. He let Fatty Lee and the others solve it themselves. These 3 people were obviously not ruthless characters. Sure enough, it didn't take long for these 3 people to tell all the things they knew. Fatty Lee also knew the current hiding place of He Lao San. Without saying anything, he directly mobilized people and went to He Lao San's lair. This night was destined not to be peaceful for Fatty Li. Yang Ming was very relaxed and slept with Wang Xiaoyan. He believed that he didn't have to worry about these things. Fatty Li could handle it. Otherwise, Fatty Li had been in vain for so long. Sure enough, early the next morning, Fatty Li rushed back with a smile. Yang Ming didn't have to ask. He knew that the matter was definitely resolved. You seem to be in a good mood. He Lao San, this guy, finally asked me to kill him. Fatty Li said very straightforwardly, I didn't want to conflict with him. We didn't interfere with each other's business, but I didn't expect this guy to take the initiative to find me. Then, don't blame me. It's still the same sentence. If you can stop, try to stop. After all, you are also a person with a family. Yang Ming patted Fatty Li's shoulder and comforted him. I understand. Fatty Li nodded. I will consider this issue even if you don't say it. Right, I will invite you to have a big meal to celebrate in a while. I have already contacted the flight tonight. Okay, everything is up to you. Yang Ming nodded. At noon, Fatty Li arranged a feast for Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan in the most luxurious hotel here. It was said that this was originally He Lao San's contact point, but it was taken by Fatty Li. It seemed that Fatty Li was still a very capable person. Yang Mei and Yang Hua also came over. Obviously, Fatty Li defined this meal as a family feast, not a social event. During the meal, it could be seen that Yang Mei wanted to say something several times, but she stopped. Although Yang Ming found it strange, he didn't say much. In the evening, Fatty Li drove a brand new Toyota off-road vehicle to the destination with Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan. It was said that this car was also copied from He Lao San. Yang Ming thought it was a little funny. In the beginning, when Bao Sanli copied Yu Xiangda's industry, it was also like this, right? This car is better than the one I blew up. Overall, it is still a profit. Fatty Li said with some pride. Fatty Li was obviously familiar with this road. At first glance, he often drove here. When the car finally stopped in front of the barbed wire of a courtyard, Yang Ming discovered that it turned out to be a small military airport. Fatty Li actually got a plane to Africa from here. It could be seen how big his local power was. Chapter 11:10. The car was parked in front of the gate. There were soldiers who were responsible for guarding the gate. These people did not know Fatty Li, but Fatty Li's license plate was also the local military's license plate, so they did not ask much. Fatty Li took out his mobile phone and made a call. He said something that Yang Ming did not understand, but not long after he hung up the phone, the gate opened. Apparently, the soldiers at the gate got the order from inside. Fatty Li started the car and drove the car directly in. Then the gate behind him closed again, and the previous peace was restored. Fatty Li obviously did not come to this place for the first time. He drove the car to the front of a loft and stopped. A thin and tall middle-aged man standing in front of the loft came over. Fatty Li also got out of the car and shook hands with the thin and tall man with a smile. He spoke Vietnamese cordially. Yang Ming did not care about what they said, but he thought that it was also some mutual greetings. Although the two people were using each other, they still had to do enough homework on the surface. After the thin and tall man and Fatty Li exchanged greetings for a while, he looked up at Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan and nodded. Then, he said something to Fatty Li. Fatty Li suddenly smiled happily. This is Commander Yuan. Fatty Li turned his head and whispered to Yang Ming, he is the person in charge here. Yang Ming nodded and said nothing. He was not very clear about the things here. It was useless to say more. Under the leadership of Commander Yuan, Fatty Lee, and Yang Ming entered the airport and came to the front of a small passenger plane. Then Commander Wan said something to Fatty Lee. Fatty Lee nodded and said to Yang Ming, "The things here have been arranged. You don't have to say anything. Just sit in it." "Okay, sorry to trouble you." Yang Ming smiled and knew that he did not have to be too polite with Fatty Lee. "Have a safe trip. Call me before you come back, and I will arrange it for you." Fatty Lee also smiled and patted Yang Ming's shoulder. Obviously, Fatty Lee and Commander Wan were very familiar with each other. There was no need to say anything. He directly arranged for Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan to get on the plane, and then the plane slowly took off in the twilight. Except for the two pilots, there was no one else on the plane, but looking at the pilots' actions and words, they should be soldiers under Commander Wan. The two people's driving skills were good. Although the small plane's balance was not as good as the big plane, it was still okay. "We are going to land," the pilot said to Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan. The plane slowly fell and finally landed smoothly. However, the landing site was not in Africa, but on an unknown island. Perhaps because there was no way to enter the country, they chose this way. After getting off the plane, a ship came to pick them up. Obviously, Fatty Lee arranged it properly. The pilot here led Yang Ming to the ship and was ready to return. This was a small motorboat. There were two people on board. One was Asian, and the other was black. "Fatty Lee introduced you." The Asian's voice was very feminine, which made people feel uncomfortable. His Chinese was also somewhat unfamiliar. It seemed that he was not from China. "Yes." Yang Ming nodded. "Let's get on board." The Asian glanced at Wang Xiaoyan and looked up and down at Yang Ming. Then, he said. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan got on the boat together. Then the Asian said something to the black man in English, meaning to let him sail the boat. Through a simple conversation, Yang Ming learned that the Asian was called Wulong. He didn't know where he was from, and he didn't say. The black man was called Jim, and he was a native of Africa. There was still some distance from Country X in North Africa. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan were arranged in a cabin on the ship. Yang Ming looked around. There were only 3 cabins on the whole ship. Lying quietly in the cabin, Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan didn't sleep. This was not the time to sleep. If the previous pilot of the plane could be trusted, Yang Ming still had some confidence. But now the 2 people on board were not so reliable. These 2 people were not direct friends of Fatty Lee. It could be said that they knew each other indirectly through Commander Wan or others. Therefore, Yang Ming had to be careful. The speed of the boat was not very fast, but Yang Ming didn't insist on anything. In this kind of place, it was good to have such a boat. Yang Ming could now barely accept a sampan boat. The 2 were quietly closing their eyes to rest. Suddenly, they heard a bang sound. Yang Ming quickly opened his eyes, but he saw the Asian, Wulong, come in with a pistol in his hand. He pointed at Yang Ming and said, "You go out. The woman stays." Yang Ming was stunned at first, then he saw Wulong's obscene eyes and immediately understood what he wanted to do. Looking at his fearless appearance, it was not the first time he did this kind of thing. Wang Xiaoyan was not stupid. When Yang Ming understood, she also understood. She nodded slightly to Yang Ming, indicating that Yang Ming that she could handle it herself. Then, Wang Xiaoyan's expression turned into a horrified expression. "You, what are you going to do?" Yang Ming was somewhat helpless, but he did not stop her. After all, this trip was a bit boring. Wang Xiaoyan was powerful, but she was just an 18 or 19-year-old girl. She also had a childish heart that loved to play. Since Wang Xiaoyan wanted to play a game with Wulong, then Yang Ming naturally let her be. "What am I going to do?" You will know in a while. Wulong held the pistol and said lecherously. We spent money. Wang Xiaoyan said in a hurry. Spent money? So what if you spent money? Wulong snorted disdainfully. The women who were played by me all spent money to be smuggled, but so what? You want to sue me? You want to sue me? It's good enough that I don't arrest you as a smuggler first. Although Wulong was a bit rampant, Yang Ming also knew that he was telling the truth. As a result, the women who were insulted by him could only swallow their anger. It was impossible to do anything to Wulong. However, even if he knew, Yang Ming couldn't change anything. Since he chose the path of smuggling, if he didn't have enough strength to protect himself, then he could only be trampled on. Even if Yang Ming killed Wulong, it wouldn't help. If he killed him, there would still be other smuggling organizations that would do the same. Well, don't talk so much nonsense. If you don't want to die, go out and stand. I guarantee that you will be fine. Wulong pointed his gun at Yang Ming. Okay. In order to cooperate with Wang Xiaoyan, Yang Ming had to pretend to be weak and incompetent. He walked helplessly to the cabin door. Wulong's face showed a smug smile. He had used this trick countless times, and it worked every time. Even if these two people were friends of Fatty Li, so what? Fatty Li couldn't care less about him. Before, when Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan boarded the ship, Wulong noticed Wang Xiaoyan. She had a beautiful face and an exquisite figure. It was extremely tempting. Therefore, although Fatty Li had taken care of him before, Wulong still had crooked thoughts. It was also because he had played with countless women smugglers over the years, and there were no accidents, so he became so unscrupulous. Therefore, after Wang Xiaoyan boarded the ship, Wulong waited for the opportunity to make a move. Originally, Wulong wanted to wait for the two to fall asleep. Then, Wulong sneaked in and made a move, but later, Wulong couldn't help it, so he went in with a gun. He wanted to drive Yang Ming out, and then he staged a rape scene. Yang Ming was forced out of the cabin. The black man, Jim, was standing outside. When he saw Yang Ming, he said, "Sorry," with a blank expression. He pushed Yang Ming into another room and then locked the cabin door from the outside. Yang Ming could see through the cabin door panel through his X-ray vision. The black man, Jim, was guarding the door of the cabin where Wang Xiaoyan was located. He was motionless like a black door god. After a while, Wulong's powerful groan came from Wang Xiaoyan's cabin. Although Jim was curious why his boss was so loud today, it was not good to disturb him. After all, it was normal to groan a few times when doing that kind of thing. However, it didn't take long for the cabin door to open. Wulong crawled out of the cabin. The black man, Jim, was stunned. He was about to break in, but he was stopped by Wulong. "Don't, it's okay. It's okay. It's a misunderstanding." Wang Xiaoyan walked out of the cabin with Wulong's pistol and looked at Wulong coldly. "If you don't want to die, you can sail the ship with peace of mind. But, when are you going to give me my antidote?" Wulong begged with an ashen face. "If you perform well, we will naturally give it to you before we get off the ship." Wang Xiaoyan snorted and said, "Okay, okay." Wulong hurriedly nodded his head. When Yang Ming saw that Wang Xiaoyan had played enough, he didn't need to continue pretending. He directly raised his leg, kicked the cabin door in front of him, and walked out from inside. The loud noise shocked Wulong and Jim, but when they saw that it was Yang Ming, Wulong quickly lowered his head again. He was sad in his heart. This person was obviously pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. He can kick the iron door with one kick. Is he a simple person? His woman is also powerful enough. Not only did she use him as a sandbag to practice Sonda, but she also forced him to eat a poison. If I knew that this man and woman were so difficult to deal with, I would be a fool to provoke them. Yen Yen, are you okay? Although Yang Ming knew that Wang Xiaoyan was fine, he still asked subconsciously. And, of course, I'm okay. Wang Xiaoyan stretched and said, after sitting on the plane for so long, I finally stretched my muscles. Wulong broke into a sweat. Are you using me as a fitness machine? However, although he thought so, he didn't dare to have the slightest complaint. Otherwise, if she was angry and didn't give him the antidote, then he, Wulong, would be fucked. He didn't dare to say more. Wulong pulled Jim to sail the ship honestly, but Wang Xiaoyan's interest was greatly increased. After returning to the cabin with Yang Ming, she said, Yang Ming, why don't we do it again here? That's not very good, right? Yang Ming felt that this cabin was quite unsoundproof. Hee, it's just to let that guy, Wulong, hear it. It will make his heart itch and torture him to death. Wang Xiaoyan said viciously. You are really bad. Yang Ming shook his head helplessly and said, right, what medicine did you give him? An aphrodisiac. Wang Xiaoyan suddenly lowered her voice and said sneakily. What? Yang Ming was stunned, and then he couldn't help but laugh. Aren't you harming him? Where did you get it? I found it in this room. I fed him one, but he didn't see what medicine it was. Ha! Wang Xiaoyan said proudly. Then you are not afraid that after he hears us, he can't help it. Yang Ming was afraid that this guy would be blinded by lust again and come to destroy the good thing between them. Then, Yang Ming really couldn't help but want to kill him. Does he dare? Humph. Wang Xiaoyan said disdainfully, at most, he can't help but do it with that black guy Jim. Waha, am I very evil? Ha, it turns out that you also have such a playful side. At this time, Yang Ming really felt that Wang Xiaoyan was also a girl in her youth. Occasionally, she would have some bad thoughts. Yeah, how is it? Do you like the previous me or the current me? Wang Xiaoyan nodded and asked. The current you. Yang Ming smiled and said, you seem to be happier now. Compared to the previous you who was indifferent and wanted to make a big assassin organization, you are more energetic and more charming. Really? Wang Xiaoyan hesitated and said, I also feel very happy now. Come on. The cheerful voice passed to Wulong's ears from the cabin. Wulong only felt that his lower body was as hard as iron. Although his heart was very itchy, he thought that if he went now, he might lose his life. So, Wulong still dispelled this unrealistic idea. That little girl was not someone he could touch. Not to mention her own means, even if her man casually gave him a kick, that Wulong would directly explode and die. Seeing the deformed iron gate on the ground, Wulong suddenly shuddered. However, his physiological needs were not reduced at all. Helplessly, Wulong could only stand on the edge of the deck and start the great undertaking of 5 against 1. When the sun rose, the ship also docked. This was the first time that Yang Ming set foot on the land of Africa. He was a little fresh and a little nervous. Heroine, my antidote. Wulong naturally would not forget to ask for his antidote. Seeing that Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan were ready to get off the boat, he quickly asked. Oh, the antidote. Wang Xiaoyan patted her head and smiled. If you didn't mention it, I almost forgot. My lady, you must not forget. It's okay if you forget, but I am finished. Wulong said humbly. And, here you are. Wang Xiaoyan took out an antidote from her pocket and threw it into Wulong's mouth. Thank you, thank you. Wulong's heart settled down. Otherwise, he was always worried that Wang Xiaoyan would not give him the antidote. If she did not give him the antidote, he could not snatch it. Even if he snatched it, he could not snatch it. Then, he could only wait for death. Fortunately, Wang Xiaoyan was still a trustworthy person. She finally gave him the antidote. However, for Wang Xiaoyan's straightforwardness, Wulong still had some doubts, so he asked, "Heroine, is this really the antidote? Are you lying to me?" "Why would I lie to you? It's up to you to believe it or not." Wang Xiaoyan frowned and said impatiently, "I believe. I believe. I just want to make sure." Wulong quickly said with a smile, "When we go back, we may have to take your boat. If you die, who am I going to find?" Wang Xiaoyan glared at him. "Okay, don't dawdle. We have to go." "Okay, okay." When he heard Wang Xiaoyan's words, Wulong was relieved. Wulong watched Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan leave until Wulong got on the boat. Jim also knew that his boss had suffered a big loss this time. He felt a little funny, but he didn't dare to laugh out loud. He had to endure it. It was very uncomfortable. Wulong seemed to see the smile in Jim's eyes. He glared and said, "Laugh, laugh, what are you laughing at? You almost lost your life." Wulong didn't feel that there was anything to be ashamed of in this matter. If his strength was not as good as others, then he had to admit defeat. The result of a head-on fight was death. Stepping on the land of Africa, Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan looked at each other and smiled. After a few days, they finally arrived at their destination. Although there were some twists and turns in the middle, it was still smooth. "What antidote did you just give him?" Yang Ming was a little puzzled. "This aphrodisiac doesn't need an antidote, right? It's still an aphrodisiac. I gave him another one." Wang Xiaoyan said with a smile. "Sweat, you are really ruthless." Yang Ming smiled and shook his head. "Do you know how ruthless I am? If you make me unhappy, I will also give you one." Wang Xiaoyan snorted. "Give it to me." "Ha!" Yang Ming suddenly laughed after listening. "What are you laughing at?" Wang Xiaoyan frowned and asked. "If you are not afraid of being killed by me, then give it to me." Yang Ming still couldn't help but laugh. Wang Xiaoyan also felt that if she gave it to Yang Ming, it was equivalent to harming herself. Her face was red, and she closed her mouth. This place belonged to a small country in the north of Africa. Although it was in the territory of Africa, it actually did not belong to Africa. This was a country controlled by armed forces. Here, the alternation of political power was like the change of day and night. Sometimes, yesterday, a temporary government was in charge, and today, another regime was in charge. General Kars was a relatively large armed force here, but the strength of his opponent, General Howden, was not weak. Moreover, General Kars had already lost his vitality because of the struggle for power a while ago. Now, if there was a conflict with General Howden, it was still unknown who would win. The target of Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan this time was General Howden, the political enemy of General Kars. Chapter 11:11. In fact, in the war-torn land of Country X, the so-called titles such as generals were self-titled. Even the leader of an armed force with only a few thousand people was self-titled as a general. In this small Country X, such a small place, there might be dozens of generals or even more than the average big country. In fact, it was not difficult to assassinate the leader of an armed force. Although the armed forces of these leaders were strong, most of them relied on hot weapons to fight. Their individual strength might not be so strong. However, even so, there were not many assassins who were willing to come here to take on the task. Assassins were skilled in killing, not brute force. Although they were good at killing, they often needed the cover of the environment and some external factors. In such a war-torn place, no one was willing to accept the task even if it was easy. The reason was very simple. Although assassins were better at assassination, most of them were not good at head-on conflicts, especially in this kind of war with hot weapons. A group of soldiers used guns to shoot you. No matter how powerful you were, you would be shot into a sieve. This was why cars offered such a high price, but still no one took on this task. Who would take their own life as a joke? They might not even see the target of the task, and they would be robbed and killed in the war. This was something that was hard to say. The first thing Yang Ming had to do when he arrived here was to see General Kars. After all, Yang Ming did not know where General Howden was stationed. He wanted to get first-hand information from General Kars. Country X had a large foreign population, so Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan, the two yellow-skinned people, were not very eye-catching. Most of these people were like Huang Leilei's family, they came here to speculate. Many people thought that this war-torn country was a paradise for speculators and adventurers, but after they went bankrupt, they found that the rules of the game here were not what they were familiar with. Here, connections and money were of no use. Even if you knew the most powerful interim president here, maybe he would step down in 2 days, and your network would be in vain. Money was not useful. No matter how rich you were still the meat in the mouth of others. Therefore, only when you had an absolutely powerful armed force could you occupy a foothold in this war-torn country. Therefore, people like Huang Leilei's family, who came here to take risks and seek for gold, as long as there was a change in the regime, their momentary glory would be instantly annihilated. Of course, Fang Tian's diamond mine was an exception. No matter which armed force was in power, their leader wouldn't be stupid enough to offend a top assassin. They couldn't wait to curry favor with this kind of person, so why would they offend him? Offending such a person would not benefit them at all. Therefore, after General Kars came to power, he still did not take back Fang Tian's diamond mine. Not only that, but he also personally called to express goodwill. This series of actions showed that he could not afford to offend Fang Tian. Although Yang Ming did not know where General Howden was, Yang Ming could easily find General Kars. The capital of Country X was Shoji City. Yang Ming had also translated it based on the transliteration because there was no relevant information on the internet. But before departure, Fang Tian got a military map of Country X from General Kars. Yang Ming could easily find the capital of Country X, Shoji City. The traffic in the city was relatively chaotic. In order to survive, some people had to rely on various armed forces or big forces. Otherwise, it would be difficult to survive. There were no buses here, only some large trucks operated by the army as a means of transportation. Of course, these trucks were currently under the operation of the Kars regime. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan stopped such a car on the road and asked the direction of the car. The two got behind the car, and the truck headed to the capital of Country X. The common currency here was different from the currencies of other African countries. The US dollar was used, but fortunately, Yang Ming had prepared some in advance. The cost of the ride was $3 per person, depending on the distance. This was the first time that Yang Ming had come to such a war-torn country, but it was better than what he imagined. Yang Ming originally thought that this war-torn country would be the kind of war-torn country with ruins everywhere. However, now it seemed that this was not the case. Although the development of the city was not very high, probably at the level of the country in the 70s and 80s, it was also well organized. When various armed forces were in conflict, they would tacitly choose some sparsely populated places, and they would not destroy the existing city construction. Otherwise, if the city was destroyed, it would not be a good thing even if they obtained political power. If they wanted to rebuild, it would cost a lot of money. This was an astronomical figure for these temporary regimes that were already short of funds. Therefore, regardless of whether the regime changed alternately, these normal towns and cities would not be damaged too much. Even so, some small businesses on the street looked particularly bleak. Halfway through, some locals got on the car, but most of them looked at Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan and lowered their heads. They did not feel anything strange. The territory of Country X was not large, it was not even as big as a small domestic province, so the car soon arrived at Shoujia City, the capital of Country X. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan got off the car and rushed to General Car's temporary government. The location of the temporary government was very easy to find. They could just ask anyone. No matter how the regime was handed over, the temporary government's office location would not change. The appearance of the temporary government was not very luxurious, and it was even a little shabby, but it was understandable. Every president here knew that he would not be able to do it for a long time, and he would not invest the limited funds in the construction of the government building. It could be 1 year, 5 years, or 1 month. A temporary government would be replaced by another group of armed forces. However, in front of the temporary government, there were soldiers guarding it strictly. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan could naturally claim that General Kars invited them, so they could enter from the main entrance. However, Yang Ming did not intend to directly reveal his identity, but he chose to sneak in secretly. On the one hand, he could show his and Wang Xiaoyan's abilities. On the other hand, he also wanted to give General Kars a deterrent effect so that he would not underestimate him. In this way, in the future negotiations about Huang Leilei's family's gold mine, Yang Ming could grasp the initiative. As for the deterrence of General Kars, Yang Ming naturally had another deep meaning in it, but this idea was not very mature now. Yang Ming did not mention it to anyone around him. Although it seemed that there were some armed soldiers guarding here, when it came to the degree of security, these people were far worse than the guards at the government gates of those big countries. These people were temporarily drawn from their own armed forces and had not been professionally trained. So, when Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan secretly climbed the wall and entered the temporary government compound, no one found them. Yang Ming had seen General Kars from the information. He was a European Caucasian in his 40s, but he had established his own armed forces in Country X very early. Finally, he launched a coup at the beginning of this year and controlled the political power of Country X. Using his special ability to scan the interior of the temporary government building, Yang Ming easily found General Kars' office. At this moment, General Kars was sitting in the office, looking at a military map. He frowned and drew on it with a marker. This kind of temporary government seemed to be heavily guarded from the outside, but the inside was very loose. Outside General Kars' office, there were no guards, not even surveillance videos. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan easily entered the office building from the bathroom on the 2nd floor and then came to the door of General Kars' office on the 3rd floor. Yang Ming knocked on the door, and the voice of General Kars came from inside. "Please come in." General Kars spoke English, but Yang Ming focused on learning English. There was no problem with normal conversations. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan directly pushed the door and walked in. Then, under General Kars' somewhat surprised gaze, they sat on the sofa opposite General Kars' desk. "You guys." General Kars was stunned and subconsciously touched the gun on his body. "Don't be impulsive." Wang Xiaoyan raised the pistol from Wulang and pointed it at General Kars. General Kars' movement stagnated there, and his face became ugly. Because there was a muzzle pointed at him, he did not dare to make any other moves and slowly raised his hand. "Who sent you? Can you tell me?" "Howden." Or. General Kars was worthy of being on the battlefield, and his expression returned to calmness. "Let me introduce myself. We are from the Black Butterfly Assassin Group. My surname is Yang Ming. This is my partner, Wang Xiaoyan." Yang Ming was not afraid to reveal his identity to General Kars because people like General Kars would not publicize anything. Moreover, Country X did not join the United Nations, so Yang Ming did not need to worry about anything. You were introduced by Mr. Fong. General Kars suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and asked. Yes, so I told you not to be impulsive. Yang Ming smiled and turned his head. Yen Yen, you can put down the gun. You scared me to death, but you are really powerful. General Kars said sincerely, if you were sent by Howden, then I am already dead. Your defense here is not tight. Yang Ming faintly reminded, it is easy for someone who wants to come in. If you are not too short of money, it is best to install a monitoring system. Otherwise, you may die at any time. Of course, even if there is a monitoring system, it does not make any sense to us. General Kars suddenly had a cold sweat. Indeed, if Yang Ming chose to assassinate him, then he was already dead. Yang Ming did not expect that General Kars' temporary government's preventive measures would be so poor. The soldiers patrolling outside were more intimidating. I will do it as soon as possible. Mr. Yang, thank you for reminding me. General Kars did not dare to be arrogant in front of Yang Ming. He quickly stood up humbly and said very respectfully, Mr. Yang, when can you act? Give me Howden's information, and then get me a car. Yang Ming said, but this time, I want to take over Mr. Fong's previous diamond mine. Is there any problem? No, no. General Kars shook his head and smiled. The diamond mine is very good. It can be mined at any time. I thought you sold it to someone else again. Yang Ming shrugged and said, I heard that you will take back the minerals that were given out before when you changed the regime here. Ha! General Kars was a little embarrassed and said with a smile, take back anyone's, but I dare not take back Mr. Fong's. If you and Mr. Fong want to take my name, isn't it easy? It's good that you understand it. I thought you didn't know. Yang Ming's previous teasing expression suddenly changed into a serious expression. General Kars didn't understand why Yang Ming suddenly said this, but Yang Ming was someone he could never afford to offend, so he had to smile awkwardly. He didn't know how to continue this topic. Well, let's not talk about this. Let's talk about the assassination target. Yang Ming didn't need to say too much now. It was enough to scare General Kars a little. As for Huang Leilei's matter, it would not be too late to solve it after the mission was completed. During this mission, Yang Ming also planned to ask Li Chang to bring people to Africa. While receiving the diamond mine here, he would build a strong armed force. However, even if it was not very strong, General Kars would not offend the people here. It was just that Li Chang and the others were strong enough. Probably even the regular army under Kars was not their opponent. As for the way Li Chang came over, it was not as troublesome as Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan. After all, Yang Ming intended to ask them to come over, and he was not going to let them go back. Therefore, they could come to Africa from the normal channel, and then go inland to Country X. Howden's armed forces are located in the eastern mountains of Country X. As General Kars introduced, he unfolded the map in his hand and began to mark it. In addition to Howden's armed forces, there is another armed force in the vicinity. It is the armed force led by Kevin. Fortunately, he and Howden are not on good terms. Otherwise, if they join forces, their strength cannot be underestimated. As General Kars spoke, he also marked the location of Kevin. Yang Ming quietly looked at the location of the armed forces on the map. This Kevin, does he not pose a threat to your regime? There is no threat for the time being. Kevin is a very conservative person. He has been occupying the southern part of Country X. He has occupied the mountain as the king, but he does not attack. This situation has been going on for several years. He has not expanded his forces, said General Kars. What about their forces? Yang Ming continued to ask. Howden's forces are bigger, but Kevin is not weak. Because there is no conflict with the outside world, his people can't be underestimated now. In fact, everyone understands that he is conserving his strength, but he can't do anything in the near future, said General Kars. In addition to these two forces, is there anything else nearby? Yang Ming nodded. It seemed that General Kars was not a fool, he still had some brains. No, there are only these two armed forces. But for now, Howden is a bigger threat to me. We are originally enemies. Now that I am on the stage, he will definitely not be reconciled, so it is only a matter of time before he deals with me. I naturally have to make the first move, said General Kars. Make the first move. Yang Ming shrugged and smiled. In fact, I don't want to hide it from you. Howden is also offering a reward to kill you. It's just that I chose to help you because of Mr. Fong. Ah. This guy actually wants to hire an assassin to kill me. General Kars was shocked after hearing it and said angrily, it seems that I really can't keep him. However, after venting, General Kars fell into contemplation again. After I kill Howden, will there be a group of Howdens? At that time, I don't have the help of Yang Ming. What should I do? Although General Kars was ready to step down on the first day he came to power, the longer he sat in this position, the more reluctant he became. He didn't want to step down. He wanted to sit in this position all the time, but obviously, this was not realistic. The lessons of history told him that other regimes would replace him in 5 years at most or a few months at least. General Kars sighed and fantasized in his heart. If Yang Ming was the power around him, how good would it be? In this way, he would not have to be afraid of anyone. But obviously, this idea was not impossible. A person like Yang Ming would never be a subordinate of General Kars. If he were to be a subordinate of General Kars would not necessarily accept him. Although General Kars seemed to be powerful, Yang Ming's wealth might not be less than General Kars, and a temporary president like General Kars was respectful to Yang Ming. After obtaining General Howden's photos and information, Yang Ming left General Kars and asked him to wait for his news here. As for the car, General Kars was ready. It was a military green Jeep. The origin and brand were unknown. It might have been assembled and produced by a local car company, but there was a document of General Kars' authorization in the car. With this document, a lot of trouble could be avoided, and there would be no obstacles along the way. Of course, when they arrived at the station of General Howden and General Kevin, this document was no longer useful. After Yang Ming left, General Kars fell into contemplation. Obviously, the arrival of Yang Ming made his mind become active. Even though his current power wasn't as great as he had imagined, Kars still enjoyed this feeling. Chapter 11-12. The car here was a right-steering car. When he first got started, Yang Ming was still not used to it. Fortunately, there were not many cars driving on the road. Occasionally, they would pass by, but they were the public trucks or some military material transport vehicles. However, no matter what kind of car, when they saw Yang Ming's military green car with a special license plate, they would avoid it. It could be seen that some towns and roads near the temporary government were completely controlled by General Kars. This car belonged to General Kars' government. These people were obviously very clear. Later, Yang Ming learned that this car was one of General Kars' cars. No wonder it had such great authority. However, it could also be seen that General Kars' finances were really tight. Even his own car was very bad. No wonder he wanted to exploit Huang Lele, a businessman without roots and power, as soon as he took office. Because Country X implemented military control, there were soldiers standing guard on the streets not far away. Yang Ming was unimpeded all the way. No one stopped him even when he drove the car at the highest speed. However, when he left Shoja City, a pair of soldiers checked Yang Ming's car. Obviously, although they knew General Car's car, they did not know Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan. In order to prevent accidents, they still checked Yang Ming. Yang Ming also cooperated and took out the authorization letter signed by General Cars. After the soldiers confirmed the authenticity of the authorization letter, they immediately saluted and let him go. Yang Ming also knew that the cars and documents in the vicinity were still useful, but as he went further and further, these things would become less useful because Cars did not control several armed forces near the border of Country X. Gradually moving away from Shoujia City, the capital of Country X, Yang Ming also became low-key. According to the military map, this area was no longer under the control of General Cars because there were already other vehicles with military license plates nearby. For the license plate of Yang Ming's car, although these people did not do anything too hostile, their eyes were obviously not right when they saw Yang Ming. There was no previous respect, but vigilance and caution. After all, this was a town. It belonged to General Car's territory nominally, but the people here no longer paid taxes to the Kars government, but paid money to the nearby garrison armed forces. Yang Ming found a place where there was no one, got out of the car, took off the license plate, and put it in an iron box behind the car with General Car's authorization letter. Yang Ming's car became a black car without a license plate. Fortunately, the traffic management here was very irregular. All the cars did not have a driving license, and the license plates were arranged internally by each armed force. There were many cars like Yang Ming's without a license plate. They belonged to those private mine owners. These people did not belong to any armed force, so it was normal for the car to not have a license plate. After Yang Ming took off the license plate, the people who passed by on the road looked at them more normally. After all, there were many Asians who invested here. No one doubted the purpose of Wang Xiaoyan and Yang Ming. Gradually, out of the last town, it began to become sparsely populated. There were no shops and pedestrians, only rugged dirt roads. Obviously, this was already the territory of those armed forces. In a while, let's see if we can see General Howden through the normal way. Yang Ming had already thought of a way to get close to General Howden on the road, but he didn't know if it was feasible. Normal way. Wang Xiaoyan asked, go directly to see him. Yes, we are going to see him as businessmen who invest here. Let's see if we can see him. Yang Ming said, according to common sense, their armed forces are in need of funds. They should give a warmer reception to foreign businessmen. Of course, after the reception, if you bring the money, you are at the mercy of others. That's also true, but at least before we invest, we should be treated with friendliness. Wang Xiaoyan also understood the face of these armed forces, but they were here to kill anyway, not to invest. At most, they were just fooling them. At noon, Yang Ming found a house nearby and gave them some money to buy some food. In this kind of country, it was very difficult to find a restaurant unless it was near the capital. The farther away from the capital, the fewer business circles there were. Even small shops could not be seen doing business. Even if there were, they were some processing plants and mining. However, the people in the house were still relatively friendly. Yang Ming gave them $10 and asked them to help get some food. Then he talked to them. We are businessmen who want to invest here. Which sphere of influence does this place belong to? Of course, Yang Ming used English, the official language of Country X, when he talked. When it comes to sphere of influence, General Howden manages more. Although General Kevin is also nearby, he rarely interferes with local government affairs. The male owner earned $10. He was obviously very excited and talked happily with Yang Ming. That is to say, if we want to open a mine or something here, we have to consult General Howden's opinion. Asked Yang Ming. This is the case, but, I still don't want to say it. The male owner shook his head and closed his mouth. Why don't you say it? What's wrong? Yang Ming asked curiously. You see, General Howden and General Kevin, they are very powerful now. They are in power, but I can't say when. The male owner sighed. In fact, I shouldn't say this, but I still want to remind you that you must be cautious when investing. After Yang Ming listened to the male owner's words, he smiled and said, Don't worry. We are doing short-term investment business. Short-term is okay. If it is long-term, you have to be careful. The male owner breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. This country is a small place, and there are so many civil wars. I don't know when we can live a peaceful life. Soon, this day will not be too far away. Yang Ming said with a smile. The male owner thought that Yang Ming was comforting him, so he didn't think much about it. He also nodded with a smile. Right, we are going to see General Howden. Can he see us? Asked Yang Ming. If you are going to see General Howden himself, it seems to be a bit difficult. The male owner thought about it and said, Generally, businessmen who come to invest are received by General Howden's adjutant, Mr. Wixon, the civil affairs officer of this area. Wixon. Yang Ming frowned. Is this place not within the scope of General Kar's government? Nominally, yes, but the people here no longer pay taxes to the Kars government. Instead, they hand it over to Officer Wixon. The male owner introduced. It turns out to be the case. Yang Ming nodded. It seems that the development of things is not going in the direction I expected. If I want to see General Howden, it is obviously a bit far-fetched to use the excuse of investment. However, no matter what, let's give it a try first. Take one step at a time. Maybe things will take a turn for the better. In fact, in terms of civil affairs, Officer Wixon's words are equivalent to General Howden's words. As long as he makes the decision, your investment here is completely fine. You don't have to see General Howden. The male owner thought that Yang Ming was afraid that Officer Wixon couldn't make the decision, and he didn't have the strength to make it difficult. That's not it. Yang Ming smiled and said, I just think that it is better to see the highest person in charge for this kind of thing. Yeah, but you can fight for it. Maybe you will see General Howden. Although the male owner didn't know how much Yang Ming wanted to invest, it was definitely not a small amount. There was nothing to be picky about if they were careful. After eating, Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan said goodbye to the male and female owner and left the house. Although the meal was simple, it was very appetizing. Yang Ming didn't need to eat any delicacies as long as he was full. At least it was much better than some fast food. It seems that things are not easy to do. Yang Ming said, we just use the excuse of investment. We shouldn't be able to see General Howden. What can we do? Let's try it first. Wang Xiaoyan didn't make any suggestions in the house, but she also listened to what the male owner said. Yang Ming originally wanted to meet General Howden in the name of selling firearms, but he gave up on it after thinking about it. After all, they bought firearms from fixed merchants. His sudden appearance would cause General Howden's vigilance, and it would be even harder to make a move. So, he still tried it for normal investment reasons. In the afternoon, Yang Ming easily found the location of General Howden's garrison according to the markings on the military map and the male owner's guidance. This was a very spacious area where the garrison was built. There were no buildings nearby, and there was no place to hide. It would be extremely difficult to carry out an assassination in such a place, unless they used missiles to blow it all up. However, it was obvious that none of these armed forces could buy missiles. Otherwise, the country would definitely be in chaos. Seeing the terrain, Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan also directly dispelled the idea of sneaking in to carry out an assassination because it was completely impossible. Unless they could be invisible, they would have been stared at from a long distance. Just like now, Yang Ming had been noticed by the soldiers on guard when he was driving close to the garrison. Before he got close to the gate of the garrison, a military jeep that was more dilapidated than Yang Ming's car drove over here. It stopped not far from Yang Ming. A few soldiers jumped off the car and then signaled Yang Ming to stop. Yang Ming didn't intend to have any conflict with them. Here, it was very unwise to have conflicts with these people as an obvious target. Therefore, Yang Ming followed the person's signal, stopped the car, and jumped out of the car. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" asked a leading soldier. "We are businessmen who are going to invest here. We want to see General Houghton." Yang Ming replied in English in a friendly manner with a natural expression. The soldier looked up and down at Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan and nodded. "About the investment, you go to the town's administrative office and find Officer Wixon." "Officer Wixon." Yang Ming hesitated and said, "This is the case. After all, we are not familiar with this place. We want to meet the highest military officer here, General Houghton." "No need. General Houghton is very busy. There is no time to see you." The soldier waved his hand and said, "This is a military restricted area. You should go back quickly. If you go forward again, we will shoot." "Well, since this is the case, then forget it." Yang Ming shook his head, returned to the car, and started the car. Obviously, the attempt failed. They didn't even enter the garrison base before they were blocked. However, it was normal to think about it. General Houghton couldn't meet everyone. Anyway, he was also the highest military officer in a place. He couldn't be met casually. Turning the car around, Yang Ming drove away from the military station. It failed. Yang Ming shrugged. Although he had already expected such a result, Yang Ming was still a little frustrated. If the direct meeting was not successful, then it would be difficult to enter the garrison in other ways. Yang Ming was an assassin, not Superman. Although his kung fu was really good under Fong Tian's strict training, it was impossible to fight against 100 people, and it was impossible to be invulnerable. Now it seemed that someone had come to stop him before he got close to the station. Yang Ming also used his special ability to look at the terrain inside the garrison territory. After entering the wall, there was a large open space and a military drill area. The office area was located in the center of the entire military base. If he wanted to sneak in, he would be discovered unless he was airborne or underground. This also increased the difficulty of the assassination. Yang Ming sighed. In this way, he had to take other ways. "You can't say that." Wang Xiaoyan said, "We just came here for the first day. If this mission could be completed so easily, we wouldn't have received it. Someone else would have received it. It's good that you have this mentality." Yang Ming nodded. Wang Xiaoyan was right. They had only been here for a day. They were not in a hurry to perform the mission. It was better to find a place to rest first, and then it would not be too late to make plans. Yang Ming drove the car and went with Wang Xiaoyan to the nearest town nearby, which was also General Houghton's sphere of influence. Officer Wixon was in charge of the area. The economic development here was obviously much worse than Shoji City. It looked very bleak because very few outsiders would come here. The people here were all locals. After looking for a long time, they found a snack bar where they could stay, but the environment was okay. Yang Ming paid the money and went upstairs with Wang Xiaoyan to the guest room. Obviously, no one had stayed here for a long time. There should not be many guests in this town, and the main business of this shop was not a hotel but a small restaurant. Yang Ming ordered some simple dishes and carefully checked the room with Wang Xiaoyan. Although there should be no monitoring equipment in this kind of place, it was still better to be careful. However, the result of the inspection was that there was really no monitoring equipment here. It seems that we are really too careful. Wang Xiaoyan said with some self-deprecation, even General Carr's presidential palace has no monitoring equipment. It is impossible for this town's hotel to have it. Yang Ming smiled, but it was not wrong to be careful when they were outside. Moreover, the two usually talked about some sensitive topics. It was not good if they were overheard. After dinner in the evening, Yang Ming called and told Fang Tian everything that happened here. Fang Tian just told Yang Ming not to worry and to be careful. He did not say much. What did your master say? Yang Ming hung up the phone, and Wang Xiaoyan asked. He told us to be careful and not to worry. Yang Ming said, what else can he say? He can't do anything. Asked Wang Xiaoyan. He didn't say that, but in this case, no one can do anything. Yang Ming said, we can't wait for Hao Yetan to come out, and then we kill him, right? Let him come out. After Wang Xiaoyan listened to Yang Ming's words, she suddenly fell into contemplation. After a while, her face showed an unexpected smile. Yes, just wait for him to come out. This is a good idea. Wait for him to come out. Yang Ming was also stunned. You mean, lure the snake out of its hole? Yang Ming naturally would not be stupid enough to think that Wang Xiaoyan meant to wait here because it was impossible for a character like Hao Yetan to go out casually. Many things did not need to be done personally, so it did not make any sense for him to go out. And it is to lure the snake out of its hole. Wang Xiaoyan nodded and said with some excitement, only this time is the best time to kill him. Your idea is very good, but the key question is, how do we lure him out? There is nothing outside that can attract him out, right? Yang Ming was not pouring cold water, but it was not a simple matter to let General Hao Yetan come out. This is indeed a problem. It needs to be studied carefully. Wang Xiaoyan nodded and said, anyway, there is still time. We are not in a hurry. Let's rest first. We have been busy these days. Yang Ming nodded and let Wang Xiaoyan lie on the bed first. He picked up the satellite phone and called Li Chang. He asked them to prepare and pack up to meet him in Country X in Africa. Li Chang did not ask for the reason, but just asked how many people were brought. When he heard Yang Ming say all of them, Li Chang said a word of good. For Li Chang's performance, Yang Ming was quite satisfied. What he wanted was absolute obedience. Li Chang had obviously done it now, but his strength needed to be improved. But then again, this kind of war-torn country in Africa was a great help to improve strength. Yang Ming called Li Chang over because he wanted them to develop and grow here. Chapter 11-13. For 2 days, Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan didn't think of a suitable method to lure General Howden out. Because there was nothing worth Howden's attention at all, even if he paid attention, he didn't have to come out personally. This made Yang Ming feel very embarrassed. After all, Howden was not an ordinary person, but the leader of an armed force. Even if he wanted to maintain his prestige, he would not simply walk on the street. Therefore, it was not a simple matter to lure Howden out and wait for the opportunity to kill him. However, with Fang Tian's comfort, Yang Ming was not in a hurry. Every day, in addition to flirting with Wang Xiaoyan in the room, the two people regarded this mission as a leisure trip. When they had nothing to do, they would walk around and take photos as souvenirs. They had a lot of fun. The owner of the hotel also regarded this pair of young people as tourists who came to play. Of course, he did not think that they came here from Asia, but thought that they were relatives or children of a nearby mine owner. On the afternoon of the third day, Li Chang took a group of people and sneaked into Country X in Africa. Yang Ming had already told Li Chang the latitude and longitude of the location through the GPS, so Li Chang could easily find this place with the GPS device. Yang Ming had to sigh at the power of modern technology. If it were in the past, it would be difficult for the two groups to meet in a strange country, but now it was extremely simple. Li Chang and the others acted at night. They did not enter the town, but stopped 2 kilometers away from the town and stationed there. After all, Li Chang and the others had too many people. If they rushed into the town, it would definitely attract the attention of others. At night, Yang Ming drove the jeep and went with Wang Xiaoyan to the place where Li Chang and others were stationed 2 kilometers away from the town. The militarized management, the concentrated training of the assassins, and the essence of Chinese martial arts formed Li Chang's powerful team. The on-duty personnel patrolling outside the station found that Yang Ming's car was coming this way and immediately reported to Li Chang. The entire station entered an emergency state of facing the enemy. However, after Li Chang confirmed that the visitor was Yang Ming, the station lifted the alarm. Li Chang, Lu Chao, Wang Peng, Golden Bull, and Lu Xinyang stood outside the station, waiting for the arrival of Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan. Brother Yang, sister-in-law. Li Chang and others waited for Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan to park the car. They quickly trotted over and shouted loudly. Even Golden Bull, who had been following Wang Xiaoyan, changed his address at this moment. At this point, Black Widow and Li Chang's original group had completely merged together and formed a new group, the Black Butterfly Organization. Golden Bull also became a member of Li Chang's circle. Naturally, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. He changed the name of Wang Xiaoyan. After all, at this moment, he also understood the relationship between Wang Xiaoyan and Yang Ming. Respect for Yang Ming was equivalent to respect for Wang Xiaoyan. Calling her sister-in-law seemed to make Wang Xiaoyan happier. Yang Ming looked at the neat and orderly station and nodded slightly. He praised, "Not bad. I haven't seen you for a few days. You have impressed me, especially Golden Bull. Your original men have also changed their previous habits and integrated into this group. This makes me very happy." Yang Ming praised Golden Bull, and Golden Bull's face naturally showed a look of joy. In fact, what Golden Bull was most afraid of was that Yang Ming's men were xenophobic and did not accept him and his brothers, but now it seemed that his worries were completely unnecessary. In this organization, there was only cooperation and unity. They trained together and suffered together. No one regarded them as outsiders. Therefore, this was also an important reason why Golden Bull and others were able to change their previous habits in such a short time. Everyone must understand that the domestic environment is not suitable for your survival, and it is not suitable for our development and growth. Yang Ming looked at Li Chang and others and said, "So, if our organization wants to establish a foothold in the world, North Africa is the most suitable place. There are no laws and no rules. Everything depends on strength and fists. Whoever is powerful is the boss. I think that here, you will be able to realize yourself and make a name for yourself." Indeed, Yang Ming was right. Because of the domestic environment, Li Chang and others were timid in their work and training. They did not dare to make a big fuss, but it was different here. They had long heard that North Africa was the world of armed forces and mercenary groups. Therefore, after listening to Yang Ming's words, their faces showed excitement and expectation. "I won't say anything unnecessary. After all, the road ahead is up to you. I have already taught you the training methods. Whether you can gain a foothold here will depend on your strength." Yang Ming said very seriously. "Brother Yang, you can rest assured. We are the strongest. We will definitely be able to stand firm here." Li Chang and others said. "Well, I will help you solve the problem of the weapons as soon as possible. In these few days, you should first familiarize yourself with the nearby environment." Yang Ming instructed. "Yes, Brother Yang." Li Chang and others said quickly. Yang Ming nodded. As he was about to leave, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Lu Xinyang on the side. He was stunned and then touched his head. How could I forget him? This is a ready-made military advisor. It would be a waste not to use him. Lu Xinyang, you go back with me. The others stay here. If there is anything, contact me with the satellite phone at any time. Yang Ming said. When Lu Xinyang heard Yang Ming calling him, he quickly trotted over and got into Yang Ming's car. Li Chang and others also returned to the station to discuss how to make a big impact in Country X. Brother Yang, are you looking for me? After getting into the car, Lu Xinyang asked carefully. Well, there is something I want to discuss with you. Yang Ming said as he drove. Brother Yang, if you have something to say, I will do my best to do it. Lu Xinyang said quickly. Things are like this. Yang Ming told Lu Xinyang about his purpose and the trouble he was now in. After all, Lu Xinyang and the others were people that Yang Ming trusted. Yang Ming didn't need to hide anything from them. They were about to become part of Yang Ming's ambition and realization of his ideals. Sister-in-law's idea is very good. Lure the snake out of its hole. After listening to Yang Ming's analysis, Lu Xinyang nodded with certainty. This is the only way at present. As you said, it is almost impossible to see General Howden. No matter what reason you use, the other party will not easily let you meet General Howden directly. Therefore, to carry out the assassination plan now, we can only let General Howden come out by himself. There is no other way. I know this too. Do you have any good ideas? Asked Yang Ming. What good ideas can I have? Lu Xinyang shrugged and smiled bitterly. Sister-in-law's idea is already very good. I just plan it in detail on the basis of her idea. Yang Ming was stunned and immediately understood that Lu Xinyang was being modest. He said this to show that he already had a way, but he was afraid that Wang Xiaoyan would be embarrassed, so he said this deliberately. Well, if you have any good ideas, just say it. For these conspiracies, Yin Yin and I can't do it. No one is better than you. Yang Ming said with a smile. It's not a good idea. Lu Xinyang also smiled. What kind of person can make General Howden see him in person? Of course, it is someone who is similar to him. Our advantage is that in this place, there is an armed force that is comparable to General Howden's power, the power of General Kevin. So, here, the only person who can make General Howden see him in person is General Kevin. Continue. Yang Ming did not interrupt Lu Xinyang, but made a gesture to let him continue. For a long time, General Howden and General Kevin have been getting along peacefully. Brother Yang, what do you think the leaders of the two armed forces, Howden and Kevin, will do if there is a conflict between the two groups? Lu Xinyang paused and continued, obviously, it is unwise to start a war directly, because in an environment like North Africa, one more friend is always 10 times or 100 times better than one more enemy. Even if they are not friends, it is always better than being enemies, right? Yang Ming nodded. You are right. In this environment, it is very unwise for the two armed forces to start a war and become enemies. So, the most likely thing they will do is to negotiate. Right, it is to negotiate. Lu Xinyang said, as long as they negotiate, our opportunity will come. The two groups have just had a conflict, and their trust in each other has plummeted. Therefore, General Howden is unlikely to go to General Kevin's station to negotiate, and General Kevin is unlikely to go to General Howden's station to negotiate. If they want to negotiate, they can only choose a place that does not belong to each other's territory. It is very likely that they will choose a small town for two people to negotiate. This is the time for us to make a move. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan listened to Lu Xinyang's analysis and both showed a look of approval. This Lu Xinyang was really a rare talent. The two of them had thought about it for a long time, but there was no solution. Lu Xinyang pointed out the whole plan, and the feasibility was very high. As for the conflict between the two groups, it was simple. Yang Ming brought so many people over, so he would pretend to be General Howden and General Kevin's people and create a conflict with the other group. He believed that it would not take long for the relationship between the two sides to become tense. Very good, Lu Xinyang. I will leave this matter to you. How to create a conflict. You go back tonight and discuss with Li Chang. Yang Ming said with some excitement. After all, the matter was solved, and Yang Ming was also very happy. He could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Otherwise, although he was not in a hurry these days, traveling with Wang Xiaoyan, in fact, Yang Ming was still very anxious in his heart. This was his first mission with Wang Xiaoyan. Yang Ming did not want to give up halfway. It was said that a good beginning was half the success. Although Yang Ming was not superstitious, he also wanted to maintain a good mood. After a few years of short peace, this border town finally began a 3-day armed conflict. In these 3 days, Li Chang, Lu Chao, Wang Peng, and Golden Bull were divided into 4 groups, pretending to be General Howden, General Kevin, and Chief Executive Wixon's subordinates. When they saw military vehicles, they smashed, robbed, and plundered. For a time, the entire town was shrouded in a terrifying atmosphere. People hid in their homes and did not dare to go out. Wixon's administrative office was also destroyed, and his men were also injured to varying degrees. What does this Kevin want to do? Does he also want to intervene in the town's political power? Wixon complained angrily to General Howden, the administrative office has been destroyed. I really don't know what he is thinking. The town is in a mess because of him. Okay, Wixon. General Howden waved his hand and said, it stands to reason that this town should be managed by both of our armed forces, but General Kevin did not intervene in the town's affairs. In the past few years, we have also obtained a lot of military funds in the town. General Kevin is dissatisfied with this. It is normal for him to want a share of the pie. But there should be a first-come, first-served rule, right? Besides, even if he wants a share of the pie, he doesn't need to do this. Can't he just say it directly? Wixon still said angrily. And, indeed. If he says it, we can't not share a share of the pie. General Howden nodded. Yes, I think he is asking for a beating. Teach him a lesson and let him know the immensity of heaven and earth. Wixon said angrily. Don't be impulsive. General Howden waved his hand and said, if I fight with General Kevin, it is not good for anyone. Originally, there was no hostile state. It has been peaceful. Once we fight, there will be one more enemy. When 2 tigers fight, one must be injured. Maybe both sides will be injured. In this way, the happiest person is Carsey, that bastard. Ah! Wixon was shocked. After listening to General Howden's analysis, he immediately broke into a cold sweat. I didn't consider it thoroughly. That's right. Once there is a conflict, won't Carsey reap the benefits from the fisherman's side? It's like this. Go and ask someone to send a letter to General Kevin. I want to negotiate with him. General Howden commanded. At the same time, in General Kevin's encampment, General Kevin and his adjutant were also urgently discussing a solution to this armed conflict. It had been 3 days, and if this continued, things would only get worse and worse. This General Howden is too much. General Kevin's adjutant scolded, we have been tolerant enough. The town's political power is completely given to them. We just buy some necessities in the town. We never take the initiative to make trouble. They are good. They took the initiative to attack us. Do they want to drive us out of here? We are not easy to provoke. We don't compete with them, but it doesn't mean that we will swallow our anger. Don't be noisy. General Kevin waved his hand and sighed. Let me think about it. It stands to reason that General Howden is not the kind of person who likes to find trouble. If I fight with him, no one will have a good result. Then why did he do this? Said the adjutant anxiously. Perhaps there is someone around him who is encouraging him. General Kevin said, let's do this. Find someone to send a letter to General Howden, saying that I want to talk to him. It can't go on like this. Yes. I will instruct someone to do it, said the adjutant quickly. Of course, what happened at the headquarters of these two armed forces did not escape Yang Ming's sight. While Li Chang was provoking them, Yang Ming was in the hotel room, quietly monitoring the movements of both sides with his special ability. When they made the decision to negotiate at the same time, Yang Ming suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, and a pleasant smile appeared on his face. The news from both sides was transmitted quickly. When General Howden and General Kevin both received the message of the negotiation, they agreed. After replying to each other's messengers, they began to negotiate by phone. They were scheduled to negotiate in a tea house in the town in the morning the day after tomorrow. Both of them tacitly chose the location of this third party. After all, the other person would not feel at ease negotiating in anyone's territory. This way, it was beneficial to each other's safety. However, how could they have thought that in this way, their safety was even less? Your subordinate named Lu Xinyang is really amazing. Things developed exactly as he expected. After the matter is done, we have to reward him. Wang Xiaoyan said with some excitement. There is no need for a reward. Too many rewards are easy to make people proud. Yang Ming smiled and said, but it can be encouraged. That's also true. Wang Xiaoyan nodded. She didn't understand much about these people. For the negotiation location of the two armed forces, Yang Ming had already figured it out through his special ability. Now, he was waiting for the right time to make a move. The town seemed to become quiet again because the two forces had reached an agreement. In fact, it was because Yang Ming let Li Chang and the others stop. Of course, only Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan knew the reason for this. Because General Howden and General Kevin had little contact with each other, they were not familiar with each other's people. Therefore, they all ignored this third-party force. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan began to appear in the streets again and became a traveling couple. Although the hotel owner advised them not to travel recently because it was not safe, Yang Ming naturally knew what was going on. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan went out today to examine the terrain of the tea house to see if there was a place that was conducive to making a move so that they could prepare in advance. This was the only opportunity. The opportunity was now or never. If they missed it, it would not be so easy to lure General Howden out again. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan were very clear about this, so both of them were very focused on this matter. Chapter 11:14. In these 2 days, Yang Ming didn't stay idle. Instead, he contacted Fang Tian and told him his plan. I know a lot of arms dealers, but most of them are in Asia. Distant water can't put out a nearby fire. You need it urgently. I can't guarantee that you can get so many arms in a short time. Although Fang Tian had a wide network, there were some things that couldn't be rushed. Yang Ming didn't have much hope for this, but he felt some regret for missing this opportunity. Wang Xiaoyan wanted to pick up the phone several times to call home to ask for help, but she put it down. It was said that she would use her own strength to build the most powerful force in the world and not rely on her family. Therefore, Wang Xiaoyan didn't know how to call back. I'm sorry, Yang Ming. I really can't ask for help from my family. Wang Xiaoyan sighed and said apologetically. It doesn't matter. Since you don't want to rely on your family, don't ask them again. Otherwise, they will use you against you in the future. Yang Ming said comfortingly, anyway, there will be opportunities in the future. Otherwise, Africa and Europe are very close. Wang Xiaoyan said with some unwillingness, if we transport weapons from home, it won't take a day, Europe. Yang Ming listened to Wang Xiaoyan's words and suddenly had an idea. How could she have forgotten about him? Yang Ming suddenly thought of a person, and his face suddenly showed an excited expression. What's wrong? Wang Xiaoyan saw Yang Ming's strange expression and asked, baffled. I thought of a friend in Europe. This time, we may still have hope. As Yang Ming said this, he picked up the satellite phone and dialed a number. Old Buffon had just finished his breakfast, and then he began to practice martial arts according to his master's words. Recently, old Buffon had clearly felt that his body had become stronger and younger. Last night, old Buffon tormented his wife in bed. Old Buffon felt that he was just like this 30 years ago. As a result, Mrs. Old Buffon, who couldn't take it, agreed to let old Buffon bring his lover back to the manor the next day. This was unprecedented. The jealous Mrs. Old Buffon finally compromised. Old Buffon was very happy in his heart. Money had no meaning for a person of his status. The family controlled the local underworld and legal underworld, and even held shares in many international enterprises. They did not need to work to be able to enjoy prosperity for generations. Therefore, old Buffon put extra effort into his interest in health. Originally, old Buffon was obsessed with Chinese martial arts. Later, he heard that people who practiced martial arts could live to 100 years old. Taiji Zhang Sanfeng lived to be 212 years old. Old Buffon was extremely envious. However, through many efforts and almost using all the power that the family could use, he could not find a martial arts master. However, he met Yang Ming by chance. Old Buffon naturally cherished this legendary martial arts master. He used all his tricks and finally succeeded in becoming Yang Ming's apprentice. Therefore, old Buffon was very happy. He felt that he had done the wisest thing in his life. It was just that his master was too busy and had no time to contact him. This made old Buffon a little disappointed. However, old Buffon had not mastered some of the martial arts moves that his master had taught him, so he was not in a hurry to learn new moves. However, even if it was just a beginner, old Buffon already had a feeling of invincibility. The last time he competed with one of his bodyguards, he beat a professional bodyguard in his prime to the ground within 10 moves. Old Buffon, your phone. Mrs. Old Buffon took a ringing phone to the garden and shouted at Old Buffon. Old Buffon was just about to start practicing martial arts. He was shocked by his wife's shout. He immediately frowned and said unhappily, "Didn't I say? Don't disturb me when I'm practicing martial arts. It's easy to go berserk. You stupid woman. But, it's your private phone that's ringing." Old Buffon's wife explained, "Isn't your phone number only known by important people?" Old Buffon nodded when he heard that his private phone was ringing. He took the phone from his wife's hand impatiently. Indeed, the people who knew this number were some politicians and the heads of family businesses. They were looking for old Buffon for some important matters. However, looking at the caller ID on the phone, it was not very familiar, so old Buffon's attitude was not very good. Hello. I'm old Buffon." Old Buffon picked up the phone, but his tone was not very good. Disturbing his practice was simply a heinous thing in his opinion. "Old Buffon, I'm Yang Ming." Yang Ming heard that the familiar voice on the phone was a little stiff, so he asked, "Why? Is there anything wrong?" "Ah." Old Buffon was shocked, and his face suddenly showed an extremely excited expression. "Master! It's you, old man." That's great, you're finally calling me. Old Buffon quickly said in Chinese. And, how is your practice going recently? Is there any difficulty? Although Yang Ming had a request for Old Buffon, it wasn't the right thing to ask him for help right away, so he greeted him with a few words first. Very good, very good. I feel that I have made a breakthrough. After I succeed, I will wait for Master to give me further guidance. Old Buffon said quickly. And I've been quite busy recently. When I'm done with the things here, I will go to your place as a guest and guide you along the way, said Yang Ming. That's great. Old Buffon shouted, Master, you must come. And, it depends on whether the things on my side are smooth or not. Yang Ming said, if it's smooth, then we will meet soon. If it's not smooth, I'm afraid we have to wait for a while. What's the matter? Do you need my help? Old Buffon said quickly. Yang Ming was waiting for this sentence. Since Old Buffon said it himself, Yang Ming could continue to say, it's like this. I have something to do in Africa, but I urgently need a batch of weapons. However, I don't know anyone here. It's a bit difficult to get weapons. Do you have any connections? Weapons. Old Buffon breathed a sigh of relief after listening. He was afraid that Yang Ming's matter was too complicated and he couldn't solve it. Then, he had to wait anxiously for Yang Ming to finish the matter in the torment of time. Now, it was great. Yang Ming's request was very simple. Old Buffon said, this is too easy. My family has shares in many arms companies in Europe, and they are all major shareholders. Master, just tell me what weapons you want. Aircraft carriers, tanks, bombers, missiles, submarines, rocket launchers, but nuclear weapons are a bit difficult. That's not easy to get. I can get the rest for you at any time. Yang Ming was shocked after listening. He thought, damn, does this old Buffon want me to destroy Country X? Even aircraft carriers are here. Originally, Yang Ming thought that it was good to be able to get things like machine guns and armored vehicles, but he didn't expect old Buffon to be even more awesome. Forget about the aircraft carriers and submarines. As for the rest, see what you can get and get a batch as soon as possible. I am in Country X in North Africa. After you send someone here, just contact me through my satellite phone, said Yang Ming. Okay, no problem. Old Buffon promised. After hanging up the phone, Old Buffon looked excited. He hummed a song and returned to the villa. When he saw his wife, he was very happy to give her a hug. Dear, you are so great. This phone call was delivered at the right time. Otherwise, I almost missed the opportunity to meet my master. When Mrs. Old Buffon saw that her husband was so happy, she was very happy. She also knew that Old Buffon had a master as his master. Moreover, Mrs. Old Buffon also saw the recent changes in Old Buffon, so she was very respectful to this master. When she heard that Old Buffon was going to meet this master again, she was also very happy. Old Buffon didn't dare to delay. He began to call his family members and subordinates without stopping. An order was issued from Old Buffon's villa, and the huge power of the entire Buffon family immediately showed. It didn't take long for a ship full of modern weapons to dock at the Buffon family's private island in the high seas. You are going personally. Will it be dangerous? Mrs. Old Buffon looked at her husband with some worry. What kind of place is Country X? I heard that there is war everywhere. Don't let anything happen to you. Don't worry. With my master here, there can't be any danger. Old Buffon's self-confidence was unprecedentedly strong. Mrs. Old Buffon knew that her words didn't have much power and couldn't change Old Buffon's thoughts, so she could only carefully remind Old Buffon to prioritize safety and not act recklessly. The person driving the ship was a local underworld leader, but he was also a distant relative of the old Buffon family. He was able to have what he had today entirely because of the support of the Buffon family. Otherwise, he was not even worth a fart. Therefore, he was also very respectful to old Buffon. "Grandpa Buffon, please board the ship." Old Buffon nodded and boarded the ship. The underworld leader followed and ordered his men to prepare for departure. As a result, a small aircraft carrier full of modern weapons sailed to the coastline of Country X. Yang Ming hung up the phone and breathed a sigh of relief. He said to Wang Xiaoyan, "It's done. You can inform Li Chang and the others to prepare to receive the weapons." "No way. It's so easy to get it done." "Then why were you so troubled just now?" Wang Xiaoyan said, puzzled. "It's also because you mentioned Europe that I thought of him." Yang Ming shrugged. "Otherwise, I almost forgot." "Who the hell is this person? You can send weapons over with just a phone call?" Wang Xiaoyan was very inexplicable. "If this is the case, it means that your relationship with him is very unusual. How can you forget him?" "It's one of my apprentices." Speaking of which, he is a foreign old man. He is a very interesting person. I just taught him kung fu for a few days, but this old man is very grateful. He said that a teacher for a day is a father for life. Yang Ming smiled and said, "When you have the opportunity, you will know when you see him." Listening to you, this is indeed a very interesting person." Wang Xiaoyan listened to Yang Ming's words and smiled. "Right, he is also quite powerful over there. He can get so many firearms in such a short time. He is not a simple character. His name is Old Buffon. I heard that he is the patriarch of a very powerful family in Europe. I don't know much about the situation in Europe." Yang Ming said. "What? You said that he is Old Buffon." Wang Xiaoyan suddenly widened her eyes after listening. "He is your apprentice?" "Yeah, what's wrong? Is there anything wrong? Why do you have this expression?" Yang Ming looked at Wang Xiaoyan, baffled. "That is one of the most influential families in Europe. The patriarch of the Buffon family is actually your apprentice. Yang Ming, you are so unexpected. Do you know that with the help of Old Buffon, our goal can be achieved faster?" Wang Xiaoyan said excitedly. She grew up in Europe, and her family was also in Europe, so Wang Xiaoyan could be said to be familiar with the Buffon family. I really have no choice, so I thought of him. However, I think it is better to rely on ourselves in the future. Although Old Buffon will not refuse my request, I don't want to always trouble him." Yang Ming said. "This is also true." Wang Xiaoyan nodded and said. Late that night, Yang Ming led Li Chang and others to the coast of Country X, waiting for the arrival of Old Buffon's people. Soon, they saw a ship slowly approaching from the sea. "They are here." Yang Ming said to Li Chang next to him, "Let the brothers be ready." "Okay." Li Chang nodded and quickly ordered his men to be ready to receive the ship. When the ship approached, Yang Ming saw that Old Buffon was actually standing at the bow of the ship. He was looking at them with a telescope excitedly. When he saw Yang Ming, he suddenly began to wave. Yang Ming felt a little strange and helpless. Old Buffon is actually here. This guy really can't wait. When he heard that Yang Ming was here, he came to find Yang Ming in a hurry. Soon, the boat reached the shore. Old Buffon didn't wait for the deck to be lowered. He jumped down from the bow excitedly and landed firmly on the beach. From his skills, he didn't look like an old man at all. His footsteps were vigorous and powerful. Yang Ming couldn't help but look at him in a new light. It seems that Old Buffon really did not slack off during this period of time. It is amazing to be able to achieve such results. Old Buffon rushed to Yang Ming quickly. Li Chang was shocked. He thought that this person was going to attack Yang Ming. He quickly rushed over and wanted to stop Old Buffon. Old Buffon was excited. When he saw someone blocking him, he was somewhat unhappy and called. Li Chang did not expect that this old man actually knew Kung Fu. He immediately raised his vigilance and grabbed Old Buffon to prevent him from moving forward. Old Buffon was not to be outdone. His body moved slightly and escaped Li Chang's grab. Although Li Chang did not take Old Buffon seriously, a person who could escape his grab was indeed amazing. He quickly put down his contempt and planned to fight with Old Buffon. Li Chang, step back. He is my apprentice, Old Buffon. Yang Ming was somewhat helpless. He did not take care of them, and these two people almost fought. When he heard Yang Ming's words, Li Chang quickly stepped back. He thought that this person turns out to be Brother Yang's apprentice. No wonder he knows some Kung Fu. But looking at his posture, he is not very powerful. If he gets the true teachings of Brother Yang, then I am definitely not his opponent. Old Buffon, why did you come here personally? Yang Ming looked at Old Buffon with some blame. The situation here is unstable. It is very dangerous. I really miss you so much, Master. Moreover, with you by my side, I am not afraid of anything. Old Buffon said quickly. Yang Ming shook his head helplessly. Well, since you are here, I will not drive you back. However, you have to stay quietly in a safe place while I am working. You can't act on your own. Don't worry. I am very obedient. Old Buffon heard that Yang Ming was willing to let him stay and said very happily. The people present were very puzzled. How did Yang Ming accept such an apprentice? However, they did not ask much. Under Li Chang's leadership, they were ready to board the ship to transport the firearms. Yang Ming looked at the things on the ship and was a little dumbfounded. Old Buffon, did you really bring the bomber? I'm thinking that this thing is more useful. If you can finish your business as soon as possible, you can visit my place earlier. Old Buffon scratched his head and showed a childlike smile. So, I brought everything that I could. Of course, there are some confidential things that I can't decide. This is already very good. Yang Ming looked at the weapons and equipment in front of him and shook his head. It was possible for Li Chang and the others to directly overthrow General Kar's regime. Li Chang and the others were obviously people who knew the goods. When they saw the firearms and equipment on the ship, they all showed surprised expressions. They had also dealt with the local armed forces in the past few days, and they also had some understanding of the weapons here. However, compared with these in front of them, the weapons here were simply primitive. Never mind the tanks, even the armored vehicles were the oldest kind. With these things, it was easy to flatten General Howden's base. Yang Ming did not expect Old Buffon to be able to get these. If so, even if he did not lure General Howden out, he could forcibly blow up General Howden's base. However, with these pieces of equipment, Yang Ming was also more determined in his thoughts. He was ready to do a big job here. Chapter 11:15. For the old man in front of her, Wang Xiaoyan's mood at the moment could only be described as shocked. Although Old Buffon had never seen her, she had seen Old Buffon's photo from some information. This person was the current patriarch of the Buffon family, one of the most powerful people in Europe. However, looking at his current performance, he was almost like a child. He didn't look like a dignified old man at all. Is this the master's wife? How experienced was Old Buffon? Naturally, he could see that Wang Xiaoyan, who was next to Yang Ming, had an unusual relationship with Yang Ming, so he quickly greeted her enthusiastically and respectfully. Wang Xiaoyan never thought that she would become Old Buffon's elder one day. As a matter of fact, he was a figure on the same level as her father. Although her family was also very powerful, old Buffon's family was not bad either. Therefore, the relationship between the two families could not be said to be very good. It could only be said to be neutral. However, if she could get the help of old Buffon's family, the matter between her and Yang Ming would obviously become much less resistance from her father. Now it seemed that if Yang Ming asked old Buffon to do anything, as long as it was within his ability, he would not refuse. "Hello, Mr. Buffon." Wang Xiaoyan nodded politely. Why are you calling me mister? Just call me old Buffon." Old Buffon said indifferently. "Old Buffon, don't underestimate Yan Yan. Her kung fu is not weaker than mine, so it's the same to ask her to give you some pointers when she is free." Since Yang Ming had decided to confirm the relationship with Wang Xiaoyan as a couple, he recommended these resources around him to her. The assassin group was not Yang Ming's ultimate goal. Therefore, in the future, the assassin group's affairs would still be handed over to Wang Xiaoyan. These relationships would also be handed over to Wang Xiaoyan. For Yang Ming's words, old Buffon naturally believed it. When he heard that Wang Xiaoyan was also a master, his eyes immediately showed a look of worship. "Master's wife, please give me more pointers in the future. If I have time, I will give you pointers," Wang Xiaoyan said with a smile. She was very happy. She didn't expect that she would have such a day. Yang Ming's true identity and strength made Wang Xiaoyan increasingly suspicious. Although Yang Ming did not say anything, and his usual performance was very ordinary, Wang Xiaoyan felt that he was very unusual. Li Chang and others were well trained. They unloaded the arms on the ship in an orderly manner, but when they saw the fighter jets and tanks, they were a bit embarrassed. These people were all from martial arts schools or assassins, but they had never been exposed to these things. Yang Ming suddenly regretted it. "If I knew this, I would have brought Ho Jinhan over. He must know more about these things." "Brother Yang, you see." Li Chang looked at Yang Ming in a dilemma. To be honest, although they didn't know how to operate these things, they also wanted to get them. After all, these things would have a decisive improvement in their strength. "Old Buffon, you gave me these things. My people don't know how to use them. Do you have people who know how to operate them? Give my people a simple training." Yang Ming turned to old Buffon and asked. "That's easy." Old Buffon greeted the underworld leader next to him. "Lex, you go and find some people who know how to operate them to train my master's men." "Yes." The underworld leader, who was called Lex, quickly responded and began to call for people. On this side, Li Chang also found a few more clever underlings to learn how to operate a fighter jet and a tank from Lex and others. Of course, after these people learned it, they could pass it on to others. This time, Yang Ming and others set up camp 5 kilometers away from the town. These tanks, armored vehicles, and other behemoths were too eye-catching. It was easy to be discovered by others, so it was better to be careful. In order to make the relationship between Wang Xiaoyan and old Buffon stronger, Yang Ming did not teach old Buffon kung fu, but let Wang Xiaoyan guide him. With Wang Xiaoyan's kung fu, it was more than enough to guide old Buffon. At this moment, old Buffon finally knew how brilliant Wang Xiaoyan's kung fu was. In addition to admiring, he also learned from Wang Xiaoyan very seriously. Wang Xiaoyan also got Yang Ming's instructions. The kung fu that she passed on to old Buffon was mainly basic kung fu to strengthen the body. She rarely dabbled in some killing techniques. Even if old Buffon wanted to kill someone, he didn't need to do it himself. Therefore, Wang Xiaoyan didn't need to teach him these things. Yang Ming was idle for 2 days. Li Chang and others were busy learning operating techniques from Lex. In 2 days, they were familiar with the operating techniques of fighter jets, tanks, and armored vehicles. On this morning, the two teams slowly drove to the town. General Howden and General Kevin did not bring too many people. After all, this was a negotiation, not a war. If they brought too many people, it would seem insincere. It would make the other party wary, which was not conducive to the progress of the negotiation. Yang Ming did not covet General Kevin. This time, the mission was only General Howden. For General Kevin, Yang Ming decided to let him go first. No matter how big his appetite was, he couldn't swallow these two armed forces. When General Howden and Commander Wixon boarded the car and went to the tea house, Li Chang led the two powerful armed forces composed of air and land forces to Howden Station. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan secretly lurked near the tea house with Golden Bowl and others, waiting for the opportunity to act. Old Buffon and Lex stayed at the base and did not participate in this operation. Patriarch Buffon, that young man is actually your master? Lex asked incredulously. After 2 days of busy work, Lex finally had a chance to be alone with old Buffon. Only then did he ask the question in his heart. Don't talk nonsense. Old Buffon regained his usual majesty. What young man? Ambition is not dependent on age. Even if the master and master's wife don't dominate the underworld, they must be hidden masters. You have to be respectful. Do you understand? I understand. Lex was just asking casually. He didn't expect old Buffon to get angry, so he nodded quickly. After you go back, call your men. I will give them training to ensure that their skills will improve greatly. Old Buffon had learned some fighting skills from Wang Xiaoyan, and he had no place to put them to use. Yes, master. Lex nodded. Outside the tea house, 20 people in different uniforms were scattered around the tea house. These people were the guards of General Howden and General Kevin. Each of them only brought 10 people out, so that they could show each other sincerity. In their view, the town was the territory of the two people, and there was no need to bring too many people. After General Howden and General Kevin entered the tea house, Yang Ming whispered to Golden Bowl next to him, "We can act now." "Do you want them alive?" asked Golden Bowl. Yang Ming shook his head faintly. Golden Bowl waved his hand and said to the people behind him, "Act. Leave no one alive." Whether it was the bodyguards of General Howden or General Kevin, they were not formally trained. They were just better people selected from their subordinates. The two groups of people knew that today's negotiations were peaceful, so they weren't too nervous. Although the guards were guarding nearby, they looked relaxed as they chatted. "Hey, old San, do you think there will be any danger since we only have a few people here?" One of General Howden's guards said to another guard beside him. "How is it possible? This area is either our general's or General Kevin's territory. Who dares to provoke us?" The guard called Old San said indifferently, "You see, the people on the street are walking around us." "That's right. Our armed forces are nearby. It seems that I am too suspicious." The previous guard listened to Old San's words and smiled easily. "Yeah, you." Old San was talking to the previous guard, but he stopped in the middle of the sentence. This was because the guard from before had already fallen straight to the ground. His neck was still gurgling with blood. It was obvious that he couldn't survive. "What's going on?" Old San just shouted half a sentence when he felt a chill behind his neck. He didn't know anything else. How could these people be the opponents of Golden Bowl and others? Many people didn't have time to take out their guns, and Golden Bowl and others swarmed up and slit their throats. Some of them reacted quickly. Even if they took out their guns, they died before they could use them. 20 people were quickly taken care of. There were no ordinary people nearby. Those people were hiding in their homes and did not dare to come out. So, the incident just now did not even cause a ripple. It passed by calmly. Yang Ming nodded with satisfaction. In Golden Bull's team, there were also several former Wang Xiaoyan's men. However, they had been fully integrated into this group. Everyone had learned to cooperate and had established a tacit understanding with each other. Therefore, they could kill 20 people in an instant without leaving a trace. Wang Xiaoyan was also very pleased with the changes in Golden Bull. It seemed that Yang Ming's training method was effective, allowing her original men to make a qualitative leap in such a short time. General Howden and General Kevin entered a luxurious private room and sat at the table. "Long time no see, Kevin." General Howden extended his hand in a friendly manner. The two were like friends who had not seen each other for many years. "Yeah, long time no see." General Kevin also shook hands with General Howden in a friendly manner. "Speaking of which, we have been old neighbors for 4 or 5 years. "Yeah, we are all old neighbors. Because our political views and policies are different, we get along quite well." After General Howden exchanged greetings, he entered the topic. "There is no war. It is relatively peaceful." "It is indeed like this." General Kevin took over the conversation and continued, "However, this is just in the past. I am afraid it is not like this recently, right?" "What do you mean by this?" General Howden said, "Shouldn't I be the one to ask this question? Let's not beat around the bush. I don't want the town's political power, but my people go to the town to purchase necessities. You also want to interfere with this. Aren't your hands too far?" General Kevin was a little angry at General Howden's acting dumb. General Howden was stunned and then said angrily, "What's the matter with you?" "General Kevin, if you are interested in the town's political power, you can say that we can negotiate a solution. You don't have to do it, right?" General Kevin listened to General Howden's words and suddenly became angry. He slammed the table and said, "Howden, what do you mean by this? Aren't you clear about my development policy? I have no interest in the town's political power. I set up armed forces here mainly to make money and provide mercenary services to some small countries nearby. I have no interest in the political power struggle." Since you are not interested, don't do those things." General Howden was also angry. "Just say it. What do you mean? Do you think I am easy to bully? From what you're saying, you're not the one who attacked my subordinates." Kevin's eyes widened. "I attacked your men. Isn't it your men who attacked my men?" General Howden also widened his eyes. "Is it possible that there is a third-party force here?" Listening to the dispute between the two, Yang Ming suddenly felt a little funny. However, he also knew General Kevin's intentions. This person was not a person with political ambitions. Indeed, his actions were very consistent with his current state. In this way, whether this person was eliminated or not, there was no conflict with Yang Ming's plan. "Well, you don't have to argue. You are right. There is indeed a third-party force." Yang Ming pushed open the door of the private room and went in with Wang Xiaoyan. "Who are you?" "Guards." When Howden saw Yang Ming come in, he subconsciously knew that things were not good. He quickly shouted to the guard at the door. "Are you shouting for your men? They are already dead." Yang Ming said faintly, "Okay, Howden, you can also die." Howden touched his waist in horror. He wanted to get a gun, but before he could touch the pistol, there was a bloody hole in between his eyebrows. He fell to the ground with a grievance. Golden Bull was holding a gun in his hand, and the muzzle was still smoking. General Kevin also realized the danger of the person who came. He did not dare to be rash. He sat there vigilantly and looked at Yang Ming and others. "Kevin, right?" asked Yang Ming in English. "Yes." General Kevin nodded. "May I ask who you are?" Don't worry. I just came to take Howden's life. It has nothing to do with you. Now you can go. Remember, don't interfere with the internal affairs of Country X, otherwise, the next one to die will be you. Yang Ming said calmly. You are, sent by General Kars. General Kevin was stunned, and then he understood something. It is not good for you to know too much. Yang Ming said noncommittally. Don't worry. Please tell General Kars that I have no interest in the regime of Country X. I just set up a mercenary group here to provide mercenaries to some of the surrounding small countries. General Kevin explained. I hope so. Yang Ming nodded and said, you can go. General Kevin did not expect Yang Ming to let him go so easily. He did not dare to delay. After quickly thanking him, he quickly left the private room. He was shocked by the strength of General Kars. He could actually send someone to take the life of General Howden from so far away. General Kevin still knew a little about the contradiction between General Howden and General Kars. He originally thought that with the power of General Howden, he could fight with General Kars. But he did not expect General Howden to be killed so quickly. This incident also made General Kevin more determined to not participate in the political power struggle of Country X. Only in this way could he protect himself. Otherwise, he would become a thorn in others' side. Out of the tea house, he saw a large number of armed forces that he was not familiar with. General Kevin was sure that these people did not belong to General Howden's forces because the uniforms they wore were not the same as General Howden's forces. The corpses on the ground also explained all this. His men and General Howden's men all died there. When they came with people. When they left, they drove away by themselves. However, General Kevin was already very satisfied with this ending. Although he lost 10 of his own soldiers, he saved his own life. This was better than anything else. At the same time, at Howden's armed station, the arrival of Li Chang and others had doomed the outcome of this war. This was originally an unfair war. This was one-sided. In front of the high-tech armed forces of Li Chang and others, Howden's armed forces seemed so fragile. When several armored vehicles drove to the front of General Howden's station, the people inside surrendered without much resistance. Most of these people were from poor backgrounds. They were local people who joined Howden's armed forces in order to survive. Therefore, according to Yang Ming's instructions, as long as they surrendered, they would no longer attack and kill. The policy for these people was different from the previous guards brought by Howden. The reason why Yang Ming killed all the guards brought by Howden was that those people were Howden's confidants. After leaving them behind, it would only raise a tiger. But these people were different. These people would not care whether their general was changed or not. They just wanted to eat and wear warm clothes. Only when they were full and wore warm clothes would they go to the battlefield. Especially when these people heard that General Howden had been killed, there was no meaning in resisting. A person in charge who stayed at the station personally ordered his men to open the gate of the station and welcome Li Chang and others to enter. Because they also understood that resistance was impossible. That's impossible. Can you fight an armored car with your physical body? This was obviously unrealistic. Other people's equipment was 10 times or 100 times stronger than their own. They would only die if they went up. At this point, Li Chang and others easily occupied General Howden's station without any effort. Li Chang quickly reported the good news to Yang Ming. Yang Ming also expected the situation that Li Chang and others encountered. In fact, here, the grassroots of these armed forces were basically a mob. Without any professional training, they were forced to become soldiers. In fact, their beliefs and loyalty had not been established, and they could be easily disintegrated. Well done. Put the person in charge of the station under house arrest first. The other soldiers will be reorganized and integrated into your team. I don't need to say more about this, right? Yang Ming instructed. Chapter 11:16. Li Chang seized the political power of Howden's armed forces with lightning speed. Golden Bull also transported Howden's body back to the base. In this way, those restless people would give up. Their former leader had completely become history. If they wanted to live and develop, they must absolutely obey the existing new leadership. The reason why Yang Ming wanted to establish his own armed forces in Country X was because he had his own ideas. Although General Kars knew the true identity of the diamond mine owner, the other armed forces did not know. It was inevitable that they would be greedy for the diamond mine and come to find trouble. Yang Ming could not go to General Kars every time there was a problem. In this way, he owed General Kars a big favor. If General Kars had any requests, Yang Ming would find it difficult to refuse. Therefore, Yang Ming considered establishing his own armed forces. In this way, he could effectively prevent the exclusion of other mine owners. As long as he had absolute strength, he could gain a foothold in this war-torn country. The middle-level leaders of the original Howden's armed forces were put under house arrest to prevent those who were loyal to Howden from causing a mutiny among the soldiers in the team. It did not take too long. After a month or two, the soldiers under General Howden were disrupted and integrated into Li Chang and others. These middle-level leaders could no longer cause any trouble. No one would listen to their orders at all. There was also a reason why Yang Ming did not let Li Chang kill these middle-level leaders directly. The reason why these people could become middle-level leaders was definitely because they had outstanding abilities, so they were selected as leaders. If they were killed directly, it would be a pity. Therefore, Yang Ming put them under house arrest. When the soldiers did not listen to their orders, they would be evaluated for a period of time. After the evaluation, they could continue to be put in important positions. Yang Ming didn't say too much about these people's ability to judge people. The matters of the organization still depended on Li Chang and the others. After all, Yang Ming couldn't stay here to guide them for a long time, so they had to slowly figure it out by themselves. Fortunately, there was Lu Xinyang, the military advisor. There were some things that could be discussed with him. Li Chang and the others would not be too passive. Yang Ming went online through the satellite phone and emailed the photos of General Howden's body to General Kars' mailbox. The mission was completed. Yang Ming had not yet asked Fang Tian what the reward was this time. After sending the email, Yang Ming called Fang Tian. "Old man Fang, the mission is complete." Yang Ming was in a very good mood. Although the beginning of the mission was not very smooth, it was completed very smoothly. Oh. Not bad. When Fang Tian heard Yang Ming say that the mission was completed, he smiled happily. "It seems that you have finally found a solution and didn't need my help." "I only completed it with the help of a friend," Yang Ming said with some embarrassment. "No matter what, this is what you did. Your friends are also part of your own forces. That way, I can rest assured," said Fang Tian. "Right, what is the reward this time?" asked Yang Ming. "Probably 2 gold mines. General Kars has just taken office, and there are no resources in his hands. It is already good that he can get 2 idle gold mines." Fang Tian said, "The things he gave are not very reliable. They can't be exchanged for cash. 2 gold mines. That's fine. Anyway, I plan to let my people develop here. If there is a gold mine, I will accept it." Yang Ming thought about it and said. Anyway, gold was also one of the raw materials of his jewelry company, so if there were gold mines, naturally, he would not complain about having too many. And, that's good. You can go to Kars to accept it. Fang Tian said, "I don't think he will renege on his debt." That's true. Yang Ming nodded and thought, after the previous sneak attack, General Kars is more afraid of me. It is absolutely impossible for him to do something like reneging on his debt. Sure enough, it didn't take long for General Kars to reply to an email. He expressed warm congratulations to Yang Ming for the success of his mission. He also said that after Yang Ming returned to the capital, Shoja City, Yang Ming would be invited to a grand banquet. Yang Ming didn't care about the banquet. Now, he only needed to deal with Huang Leilei's family. Yang Ming decided to go to the gold mine where Huang Leilei's family was located to check it out. General Kevin was also a well-informed person. When he learned that Howden's base had been uprooted and its flag changed, he became more careful. The soldiers who went to the town to purchase daily necessities were required to wear casual clothes, and they were prohibited from driving military vehicles. It was because the spies sent by Kevin also saw the true strength brought by Yang Ming. Not to mention anything else, just the dozen armored vehicles could flatten his base. While sighing, General Kevin doubted the strength of General Kars. Is this group of people General Kars' forces? However, regardless of whether they are or not, General Kevin would no longer care about the affairs of Country X. It was better to make money steadily. After resting for 2 days in place, Li Chang fully integrated General Howden's men into his own team for unified training. Most of these people were also poor. Because their families were too poor or the years of war destroyed their family business, they went to General Howden and joined his armed forces. Therefore, for them, as long as they could survive and have food to eat, it was the same no matter who they followed. Of course, this was just their previous idea. From now on, Li Chang would cultivate their sense of community and honor, making them loyal to the organization and Yang Ming. Because the number of General Howden's men was too large, Li Chang and Golden Bull had to divide these people into several small teams, and their original men served as the leaders of the small teams. However, in this way, the original men had become small leaders, and they were very happy. In these 2 days, Wang Xiaoyan would give a few pointers to Old Buffon when she was free. Old Buffon also learned seriously. When Li Chang's men saw that an old man was so serious, they trained even harder. On the morning of the 3rd day, Yang Ming planned to return to Shoja City. Under Yang Ming's persuasion, Old Buffon was persuaded to go back. In this environment, it was indeed not suitable for Old Buffon to stay. In the beginning, Old Buffon naturally did not want to leave, but in the end, under the threat of Yang Ming's statement that he wanted to sever the master-apprentice relationship, Old Buffon obediently stepped on the boat home and left Country X. This time, Yang Ming went to Shoja City with Wang Xiaoyan, Li Chang, and half of the base's power. Wang Peng, Lu Chao, Golden Bull, and Lu Xinyang stayed at the base. Because of the larger number of people, the speed of action was naturally slower. Moreover, Yang Ming was afraid of attracting the attention of other armed forces on the road, so he had to choose to travel at night. Now, Yang Ming did not want to have a large-scale conflict with the local armed forces, so everything was done in a low-key manner. The original half-day journey took Yang Ming and the others 2 nights to reach a mine near Shoja City, the capital of Country X. This mine was the property of Huang Leilei's family. This is the property of your little Singaporean wife. Wang Xiaoyan looked at the mine not far away and asked Yang Ming with a smile. For Huang Leilei's matter, Yang Ming did not hide it from Wang Xiaoyan. The 2 people came together to Country X in Africa. Yang Ming still had to deal with Huang Leilei's family's mission. Even if he wanted to hide it from Wang Xiaoyan, he could not hide it. Moreover, the most important thing was that Wang Xiaoyan was not like Chen Mengyan, who was jealous of everything. It was just that recently, it seemed that Wang Xiaoyan had changed a little. She became more like a woman, and she began to be a little emotional about these things. To be precise, she is a lover, just like you. Yang Ming smiled and saw Wang Xiaoyan's emotions. He squeezed her little hand and said, "Humph." Wang Xiaoyan glared at Yang Ming and said nothing. A group of people headed to the gold mine factory. When they were about to reach the entrance of the gold mine factory, Yang Ming was stunned. Logically speaking, there should be no one here. Why are there people guarding the entrance of the mine? Who are you? Stop. The people guarding the entrance of the mine saw Yang Ming and the others coming over and immediately stopped them. This is private property. You are not allowed to enter. Otherwise, you will be killed. Private territory. Yang Ming listened to the guard's words and suddenly frowned. What private territory? Who is your boss? Why do you care who my boss is? The guard's tone was very rude. If you don't leave, I will call for help. Call for help. Yang Ming looked back at his big team not far away and smiled. If you have the ability to call for help, then call for help. What's the matter? Who is making trouble here? A young Master Jadeface came out of the mine. Saying that he was a young Master Jadeface was praising him. In fact, he was just a gigolo. However, what surprised Yang Ming was that this gigolo actually spoke Chinese. Are you from the Huang family? Yang Ming hesitated and asked. According to Huang Rongjin, the people of the Huang family here have been withdrawn to Singapore. There should be no one here. Huang family. The gigolo snorted and said, this place is now surnamed Li, not surnamed Huang. Surnamed Li. Yang Ming suddenly said, isn't this the property of the Huang family? When did you come? Humph, whether you are from the Huang family or not, it depends on whether my brother married Huang Lele as my sister-in-law. However, Huang Lele, that woman, is so hesitant. I think this matter is going to be troublesome. The gigolo snorted and said, don't talk so much nonsense. What are you doing? What the hell do you want? If there is nothing, get out of here. Yang Ming listened to the words of this gigolo and suddenly remembered. This Li family was the Li family of Singapore that Huang Rongjin mentioned. It seemed that this gigolo was the younger brother of Li Tianjia. They probably took advantage of their relationship with General Kars to occupy this mine first. If Huang Lele married into the Li family, then it was fine. If she didn't marry into the Li family, then this mine would probably be taken over by the Li family. It turns out to be the Li family of Singapore. Yang Ming snorted and said, are you Li Tianjia's younger brother? How do you know? The gigolo was stunned. Who are you? I took over this mine on behalf of the Huang family. Now you can get out of here. Yang Ming said faintly. He didn't have a good impression of the Li family of Singapore, especially Li Tianjia. Now that he saw the arrogant and despotic appearance of Li Tianjia's younger brother, Yang Ming was even more upset. He waved his hand directly and signaled that he could leave. Who the fuck are you? Representing the Huang family. Who the fuck can you represent? Li Tianyu was anxious at the time. He pointed to Yang Ming and said, if you don't get out of here, you will be in trouble. Huang Lele is my wife, so I have the final say here. Yang Ming didn't want to talk nonsense with Li Tianyu. He grabbed his collar directly. With a force, Li Tianyu's thin body flew out like a kite. Whoosh, he flew out and fell directly to the ground. Li Tianyu was thrown, and the guard at the door was immediately anxious. He blew the whistle on his body and began to call for people. The people in the mine heard the whistle at the door and immediately rushed out. No one is allowed to move. If you move, I will kill him. It was time for Li Chang to appear. Since Yang Ming had made a move, he had no reason to stay there. Li Chang and his men each held an MP-7A1 submachine gun in their hands, which was a rare model in many countries' armies. The people who rushed out were immediately dumbfounded. How could they be the opponent of the armed forces? They operated the mine here, mainly relying on the relationship between the Leaf family and General Kars, so they were safe. The nearby armed forces also knew the relationship between the mine and General Kars, so they did not trouble them. In this way, Li Tianyu thought that Country X was his territory. He could do whatever he wanted. He didn't expect Yang Ming to bring armed forces here. How could Li Tianyu's men with iron rods be his opponent? Although Li Tianyu was more pretentious, he was not a fool. Knowing that there was a huge gap in strength between himself and the other party, the result of a head-on confrontation would be death, so Li Tianyu did not dare to be rash. He was scared and quickly gave in. "Brother, I will go. I will take my people away. This place belongs to you. Don't kill me. I am also executing the family's orders. This has nothing to do with me personally. Hurry up and get out." Looking at Li Tianyu's cowardly appearance, Yang Ming was disgusted and waved his hand impatiently. Yang Ming also thought about killing Li Tianyu directly, but after all, it involved Singapore. Before he figured out Huang Leilei's intention, Yang Ming did not rush to make a move. But he did not expect that letting Li Tianyu go was equivalent to letting the tiger return to the mountain. Let this guy go to find backup. Li Tianyu did not dare to stay for a long time. He quickly took his men and fled the mine in a hurry. "Brother Yang, we..." Li Chang looked at Li Tianyu's back and asked. "Let them go." Yang Ming said, "Let these people stay for the time being." Li Chang nodded. Although he did not understand why Yang Ming did not let them kill Li Tianyu and others, he absolutely obeyed Yang Ming's orders. When Li Tianyu and others had evacuated, Li Chang took his men to the mine. Li Tianyu ran far away in one breath until he could not see the mine behind him. Then, he breathed a sigh of relief. He wondered. How could the Huang family have such a powerful armed force here? If the Huang family had such a powerful armed force before, there was no need to ask the Li family for help. Although he could not understand, Li Tianyu was not reconciled. So, he began to think of a way. He also had a small armed force in Country X, but even if it was mobilized, it was not the opponent of the other party. So Li Tianyu thought about it. He could only ask General Kars for help. For the Li family's temporary occupation of the gold mine, General Kars had a tacit attitude, so Li Tianyu went to General Kars for help. He believed that General Kars would not sit idly by. Thinking of this, Li Tianyu dialed the phone number of General Kars' government office. "Hello, I want to find General Kars." After the phone was connected, Li Tianjia said very respectfully. "General Kars is in a meeting." "Who are you?" asked General Kars' secretary. "I am the second young master of the Li family in Singapore, Li Tianyu." Li Tianyu said quickly, "Please help me to tell General Kars that I have called the general." "Okay, we will make a record here." General Kars' secretary finished and hung up the phone. Although anxious, Li Tianyu had no way. He could only wait silently for General Kars to contact him. However, with the relationship between the Li family and General Kars should give him a call back. Sure enough, after waiting anxiously for more than an hour, Li Tianyu received a call from General Kars. Previously, General Kars was in a meeting. He excitedly discussed with his men their strategic policy after eliminating General Howden, so he was in a particularly good mood now. Otherwise, he would not personally return a call to a junior of the Li family. "Is this Li Tianyu?" "I am Kars." Kars dialed Li Tianyu's phone and said concisely. "General Kars, hello, hello." Li Tianyu quickly greeted, "I am really flattered that you can personally call me back." "Well, let's talk. What is the matter?" General Kars did not have time to chat with Li Tianyu and went straight to the subject. "This is the case. General Kars, you have to give me justice." Li Tianyu's voice suddenly had a crying tone. If there is anything, just say it. Why are you crying? General Kars said impatiently. Yes, yes. Li Tianyu did not dare to act anymore. He quickly said, this is the case. I just had a good time with my people in the gold mine, but someone claimed to be a member of the Huang family and drove us out with armed forces. General Kars, you have to help me get rid of them and return the gold mine to me. The gold mine is not yours. What do you want to return? General Kars snorted and said, you haven't paid me the rent of the mine. Now I am only lending it to you temporarily. Chapter 11:17. This. Li Tianyu listened to General Kars' words and was suddenly speechless. Indeed, this mine was contracted to the Li family at half of the price. However, the Li family wanted the Huang family to pay half of the rent. The Li family reaped the benefits. Not only did the eldest son, Li Tianjia, marry Huang Lele, but they also got half of the mine's management rights for free. It was simply perfect. What the Li family paid was nothing more than a familiar relationship with General Kars. But now the Huang family's half of the funds were not in place, so the Li family did not give General Kars money. At this time, General Kars asked, and Li Tianyu was a little guilty. General Kars, I will urge the family to pay as soon as possible. Li Tianyu said quickly. It doesn't matter if you pay the rent or not. I don't intend to rent this mine to you. General Kars had no good feelings for the youngest son of the Li family. He was stupid and had no brain. He always thought that he owed him. He would call him when there was a little trouble, and he never found a way to solve it himself. Moreover, Yang Ming's task was completed very well. General Kars was ready to give this gold mine to Yang Ming as a sign of goodwill. General Kars did not have many resources in his hands. He only had the 2 gold mines as a reward, but this was the reward promised before. Even if it was given to Yang Ming, he deserved it. Therefore, in order to establish a further friendly relationship with Yang Ming, General Kars decided to give something extra to Yang Ming. In this way, he could show his sincerity. After a meeting, only the Huang family's gold mine was currently idle. It could be given to Yang Ming as a gift. There was nothing else that could be used for the time being. The Li family's rent was not in place, so General Kars had more reasons to take back the gold mine. What? Li Tianyu was shocked and quickly said, General Kars, you can't do this. How can you not rent it to us? Our Li family is your loyal arm. From the beginning of your success. Don't say those useless things. I have reduced the mine's rent by half. This is already benevolent enough. General Kars said impatiently, but you have delayed the rent. Even if the relationship is good, there is no such thing as you. Well, there is no need to say it again. Your phone call reminded me. I will send someone to receive the gold mine. General Kars, I will call my family and let them prepare the rent. Li Tianyu said quickly. Wait until you are ready. General Kars hung up the phone impatiently. However, General Kars could teach Yang Ming a lesson for him. Li Tianyu was still very refreshed. He did not dare to delay and quickly call his elder brother, Li Tianyu Li. Li Tianjia was in a meeting in the company. Suddenly, the phone rang. When he saw that it was a number from Africa, he quickly made a gesture to wait and picked up the phone. Hello, hello. Because the call from Africa only showed the transit area code, but not the specific number, Li Tianjia didn't know whether the caller was General Kars or his brother, Li Tianyu. Big brother, it's me, Tianyu, Li Tianyu said anxiously. Tianyu, what's wrong? Why are you so flustered? Li Tianjia quickly asked. Brother, something happened. Li Tianyu said, just now, my brothers and I were in the mine, but suddenly an armed force rushed in from the outside. They said that they took over the mine on behalf of the Huang family. Huang family? Impossible. If the Huang family has that ability, they don't need to come to us. Li Tianjia said, baffled. That's right. Li Tianyu said, I also doubt the identity of these people, but their leader is also an Asian. He can speak Chinese, and he claims that Huang Lele is his wife. What nonsense. Li Tianjia frowned. I have never heard of such a powerful character in the Huang family. Didn't you mobilize our family's armed forces in Country X? They have the latest heavy machine guns in their hands. Our people can't be their opponents at all. Li Tianyu was not stupid. Their equipment is too advanced. They are professionals at first glance. No way. So powerful. Then it is even more impossible for it to be the Huang family. Is there a local armed force that knows about this and covets our gold mine? They want to take advantage of this fake reason to occupy our gold mine. Li Tianjia analyzed. I think there is also this possibility. What should we do now? Said Li Tianyu. Of course, we should contact General Kars. He is the arm of our Li family. Our business in Country X depends on him, said Li Tianjia. I have contacted him. Li Tianyu sighed. But General Kars said that our rent has not been paid yet. He has no intention of renting to us. He is going to take people to take back the mine. Brother, I am calling this time mainly to talk about this matter. What is the attitude of the Huang family? When will the money be paid? General Kars really said that. Li Tianjia frowned after listening. This was a big problem. There was no news from the Huang family. Could it be that this matter was ruined? Li Tianjia was really unwilling. The African gold mine was a big cake. Perhaps the Li family could become one of the most prestigious families in Singapore. But now, it's true. Li Tianyu said, can I joke about such a big thing? Well, I will inquire again as soon as possible and raise funds. Li Tianjia did not dare to delay and said quickly. Okay, I will wait for your news here. Said Li Tianyu. After hanging up the phone, Li Tianjia did not dare to delay and directly announced the adjournment of the meeting. The middle-level leaders of the company were very surprised. Why did the general manager stop the meeting after receiving a call? But it was not good to ask more. Seeing that the general manager had left the conference room, the others stood up and returned to their respective work posts. After Li Tianjia came out of the conference room, he hurried to the chairman's office where his father was sitting. Now, although Li Tianjia had the final say in many matters in the company, the final decision was still made by Li Tianjia's father, Li Zhiqing. Seeing Li Tianjia rushing over, Li Zhiqing, who was reviewing the documents, suddenly frowned. How old are you? You are still so reckless. What can you achieve? Father, something big has happened. Li Tianjia did not bother to explain and said hurriedly. What big thing has happened? Li Zhiqing glanced at his eldest son. What big thing can it be? What a day for you. Father, something big has really happened. Li Tianjia said in a panic, something has happened in Africa. Africa? What the hell is going on? Li Zhiqing was nervous when he heard it. A group of unidentified people claiming to be from the Huang family took armed forces and occupied the gold mine. Said Li Tianjia. Huang family? Li Zhiqing said, are you kidding me? How can the Huang family have such strength? Indeed, Tianyu and I also analyzed it this way. We suspect that other local armed forces know the inside story. They covet our gold mine and want to occupy our gold mine. Li Tianjia said, this armed force is very powerful. Our people are not their opponents at all. Oh. Did you go to General Kars? Li Zhiqing asked quickly after hearing it. I did, but... Li Tianjia sighed. But General Carr said that our rent has not been paid yet. He is ready to take back the gold mine. Li Ziqing listened to Li Tianjia's words, and his face began to become gloomy. Indeed, the rent on his side had not been paid yet. It was normal for General Kars to have an opinion, but this money, Li Ziqing meant to let the Huang family pay, not himself, so he had not transferred the money. But now, it was obvious that it could no longer be delayed. General Kars was already a little impatient, so he had to hurry up. Okay, I got it. You go out first. I will contact the Huang family. Li Ziqing nodded and said to Li Tianjia. Yes, father. Li Tianjia exited his father's office and sighed. He already knew Huang Leilei's attitude. It was estimated that this matter was a bit uncertain. Unless the Huang family was very tough to force Huang Leilei to marry over, there was no hope. AI. After Li Tianjia went out, Li Ziqing sighed and began to think. The gold mine in Country X in Africa was very rich. If they seized the opportunity to mine it, not only would they not lose money, but they could also make a lot of money. If the Li family funded it alone, it was not impossible, but Li Ziqing was somewhat unwilling. As a result, the Li family's domestic business would definitely be affected. Most of the funds would flow into Country X in Africa. If there were any mishaps, it would put the Li family in a position of eternal damnation. This kind of situation was not impossible. The Huang family was a living example of this. Although the Li family was confident in the strength of General Kars, anything could happen in that kind of war-torn country. General Kars was indeed glorious now, but who knew what would happen in the future? Therefore, Li Ziqing had to be cautious. After thinking for a long time, Li Ziqing finally decided to call the old man of the Huang family. Mr. Huang. I am Li Ziqing. Li Ziqing called the old man of the Huang family, Huang Xiaofei. Mr. Li, hello, hello. Huang Xiaofei said quickly, why are you calling? What's the matter? It's still the gold mine in Country X. I don't know what you think. General Carr said that if you don't pay the rent, he will take it back. Ah. Huang Xiaofei was shocked. They are going to take it back. What should I do? When Li Ziqing heard Huang Xiaofei's words, he knew that the people in Country X were definitely not from the Huang family. Otherwise, Huang Xiaofei would never have this reaction. Hurry up and raise funds. Li Ziqing said, and, how is Leilei's matter? I will hurry up here. You can rest assured. I will immediately persuade Leilei, but about the funds, what do you think? Huang Xiaofei said with some difficulty. I can't do anything about the funds. You also know that our Li family has a lot of industries. The funds are not so easy to raise, so you have to find your own way. Said Li Ziqing. Can't you give us a little support? Huang Xiaofei was a little annoyed. He thought, what are you doing? Not only do you want my daughter to be your daughter-in-law, but you also want to share half of my gold mine. You don't want to take out a penny. How can you think of such a good thing? I'm afraid it won't work. Li Ziqing was now sure that Huang Xiaofei had a favor to ask of him, so he didn't give in. Well, then I will think of another way. Huang Xiaofei said helplessly. He really didn't want to give up the gold mine in Country X in Africa. If he gave up, the Huang family would simply lose face. And, you should hurry up. Time waits for no one. If General Kars takes back the gold mine, then everything will be too late. In fact, Li Ziqing was also very anxious. He didn't want to lose such a good opportunity to make money. I understand. Huang Xiaofei sighed and hung up the phone. Although he was very angry with Li Ziqing's approach, Huang Xiaofei couldn't help it. People had to bow under the eaves. If he wanted to gain a foothold in Country X, it was impossible without the power of the Li family. Thinking of this, Huang Xiaofei had no choice but to call his eldest son, Huang Rongtian, into the study. "Father, are you looking for me?" Huang Rongtian was about to go to the company, but he was informed by the old butler that the master was waiting for him in the study. Huang Rongtian hurriedly took off his coat and came to the study. "And there is a big matter to discuss with you," Huang Xiaofei said with a serious expression. "What is it?" "Father." Huang Rongtian sat on the sofa opposite his father and asked respectfully. "It's still about Country X in Africa, the gold mine." Huang Xiaofei said, "Just now, the Li family's family master, Li Ziqing, called and informed me that if the funds are not in place, General Kars will take back the gold mine." "Ah!" Huang Rongtian immediately exclaimed after listening. "Are they really going to take it back? Our previous contract is completely invalid. So this is the case." Huang Xiaofei smiled bitterly. "Who let the interim government change over there? Our contract has become a piece of waste paper. But the group is now struggling to make ends meet. There is no spare money to pay the rent of the mine in Country X. Moreover, we are still in arrears with the bank loan," said Huang Rongtian. "Lei still has a sum of money." Huang Xiaofei thought of the 40 billion patakas in Huang Lei's hands, the money in Lei's hands. Can she take it out? Huang Rongtian smiled bitterly after listening. "Dad, don't make it difficult for little sister. Rongtian, what's the matter with you? Haven't you always been on my side? How did you become a traitor?" Huang Xiaofei was stunned after listening to Huang Rongtian's words, and said with some anger. "Father, I stood by your side before because of the family standpoint, but now seeing little sister in a sullen mood, I can't bear it. Lei has lost a lot of weight." Huang Rongtian said, "Moreover, although the gold mine in Country X in Africa seems to be very profitable, the risks are also very high. Just like before, we had signed a contract with the previous interim regime, but the interim regime changed, and our contract was invalid. In this way, the risk is too great. I think if we talk to Lei about using this money to develop the family business in the country, Lei will definitely agree, but if we still take it to Country X, I am afraid. I know there are difficulties. If there were no difficulties, I would have already asked for the money in Lei's hands." Huang Xiaofei said angrily, "Have you thought about it? If we withdraw now, what will the people here think of our Huang family? They will say that we are not capable, and they will look down on us. In the future, where will our Huang family put our face in the upper class? But we can't take this risk because of our face." Huang Rongtian was still more rational. "Father, I have also considered a lot during this time. We don't have such great ability. We can't play in Country X at all. So, regarding the gold mine, my opinion is to give up. Although it is not good to lose face, we can't lose our family fortune because of our face, right?" "What do you mean by lose our family fortune?" "We don't have the ability. Isn't there the Li family now?" Huang Xiaofei said stubbornly, "The Li family is very active in Country X, and they are very familiar with General Kars. Moreover, they also have their own armed forces in the local area. With his participation, how can we not make money? The Li family is indeed familiar with General Kars. This is true. But who can guarantee that General Kars will always be in power? If one day he falls, don't we still have to face the same fate?" Huang Rongtian persuaded. "Is the Li family easy to provoke? They also have armed forces in the local area, right?" said Huang Xiaofei. "It's true that they have armed forces, and I've confirmed that. But they're armed forces," Huang Rongtian said until here and shook his head. "If their armed forces are in our local area, they must be the underworld boss. But in Country X, it is really nothing. A force of less than 100 people, compared to the real big forces of the other party, was simply too lacking. If they really want to mess with you, the strength of 100 people is nothing. They will easily break through. As long as we make money, we can continue to expand our armed forces. For a while, General Kars is unlikely to step down. Taking advantage of this time, we will continue to strengthen ourselves. What is wrong with that? Huang Xiaofei insisted. Well, then let's discuss with Lei and see what she thinks. Huang Rongtian saw that he couldn't win against his father, so he could only helplessly push the decision to Huang Lei.